Okay.
Okay, okay, okay,
We've
okay,
got feedback over here. Okay.
okay.
We've got feedback again. All right. All right. Okay.
Hi, my name's Leah, and I am an adjacent property owner on the single family. So what I've pulled up here is just to kind of give a visual of what our neighborhood looks like. You know, and this is post all that construction. You can see that it's flattened dirt. All the trees have been taken down. I do have befores as well, but we are the Conway Avenue. You can see the little house. That's where I live, and then the circle is the property in question. And so I just want to address the four, the four items that I don't know, whatever they're called. So the unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of regulation. I think when Kevin asked to pull up the image of just taking out one townhouse, they'll have 8 townhouses built. Taking out the 9th, to me, that would not be defined as a hardship. Leaving the barrier for us is the last bit of buffer we have, and I have photos also showing that as well. Okay, so that's an inside visual of my house with the trees. You know, a higher view. I'll just keep scrolling through. So these trees are the last that exist in the buffer, and so assuming the developer is going to be taking those down, and if the request is granted because of the easement, you can't then create a large buffer with large trees again because it's under power lines. So if you push it from 25 to 12 feet and eliminate these tall trees, how are we ever going to get that buffer back? How do I go to next?
Should show that you might have to go back.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay, so I mean, I guess it's just for me, the Google Earth one is just so telling because this or this 20.9, you know, it sets the requirements for the landscape buffers in these transition zones because these buffers are essential for maintaining the balance between the higher density development and the residential zones. So granting this completely undermines, in my opinion, the intent of it. So the hardships result from conditions that are peculiar to the property. I'd heard that in earlier in the presentation that they said the lot size was small, but it's 0.64 acres, which is larger than any lots kind of surrounding us. So that is, I guess, up for interpretation. But if you kept the 25-foot barrier, you're only losing that one townhouse and you're keeping the ability to buffer between all the adjacent properties on Conway. The hardship did not result by actions taken by the applicant. Yes, but again, having a half acre still to build on is huge in this area. The fact that you could fit 9 townhomes is, you know, I think that point gets greedy. And then the requested variance is consistent with the spirit and purpose intent. I mean, these are our homes. We live along this. We've already seen absolute destruction of all of the trees that did exist in this area. This is the last of the buffer. And I feel like granting this variance would absolutely devalue the quality of life and the of the single homes abutting the parcel and just the complete, that's our neighborhood. Cutting more and more trees, it just doesn't seem, yeah. So I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your questions.
just do the
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint thing. Yeah. I'm Taylor. I'm Leah's neighbor in my house, also directly above this part back. I've never been to one of these before, so a lot less official presentation than what they had prepared. More so pictures, so you can actually see, not just those little circles of trees that they show from above. This is how my backyard used to look prior 2 years ago, maybe 3 before Northwood Raven tore all those down to build their apartment complexes in transit-oriented development. This kind of shows it over the years. Number 1, before; 2, once they started tearing down all the trees; 3 is more recently in the winter. You can see all the way to South Boulevard, and if you look down in the corner, that little gray one is the parcel that they're talking about changing the buffers for. And then this is just more with leaves, but you can see, and I'll show up in here. This little cluster of trees over here is kind of all that we have left that's on their land, I believe. And they're requesting, I think this back portion is where they're trying to put their dumpsters. So I assume those would be gone. This is just some overhead views of where all the trees used to be. Thanks. And where they're all gone, just more overhead of like all the green space that we used to have in our neighborhood gone. And I know this isn't all of them, but just they're stating the point that this is the good view from my backyard now of their little duplex there that was just recently renovated and we thought would stay there and is more in character with the neighborhood. They're like these little brush down here, their lot actually comes further over. So that's where they're trying to, you can see the power lines and stuff in there and these little shrubs underneath. So they're trying to cut more into that to take away the buffer from our backyards, which go directly back up to this. And the problem is the easement itself, even though they're saying, Duke gave us this approved plants, they're all going to be like this tall because you can't grow anything tall under the easement because Duke Energy just comes every 7 years and cuts it down. So it's hard for us to build a buffer in our backyards as well with our own trees. Granted, they take forever to grow, but even ones that grow fast, Duke Energy can just come lob the tops off. So it just makes it hard for us to create our own green screen similar to what we used to have. This is just my image of what it would look like, very roughly made, obviously. And yeah, just another picture of how many trees and stuff we used to have and what it's starting to look like now. So we're just trying to save the character of our neighborhood and what little buffer we have left between these commercial developments that I know we need transit-oriented development, but I just don't really see how having 8 townhomes instead of 9 is a hardship and would drastically alter any of their plans. And that's basically it.
Any questions for Taylor? Thank you for your presentation.
Great.
All right, are there any questions then for the witnesses or for the applicants? Before we go into deliberations. This concludes the presentation of evidence. The board will now begin deliberation. The board may reopen the hearing to ask clarifying questions if needed. Interested parties are not permitted to address the board during this portion of the meeting. However, everyone is permitted to remain present. This is why the board's discussion and the vote. As a reminder, this board is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this case meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on personal preference of board members. Rather, it is based on standards and evidence. Board members are encouraged to reference the applicable standards and specific evidence in their deliberation. Mr. Williamson? Comments? You still think, anybody else?
Well, I think I'll summarize the things that we have. To Leah Taylor's point, the zoning for this site is different from the site. So they have the right to develop this. The property is unique in the fact that Duke Power has a gigantic easement. It makes it unique, the situation. I think the third thing is the developers would have done 8 if it was economically viable. They did 9 and made the effort to come to, obviously, the president of economics. They've gone through all this calculus that was for us to figure out that is something to give them without getting their calculations about whether 8 or 9 is fine. That's not. So I think that's kind of good.
And I would agree, because as I read your application for this, you mentioned specifically the financial viability. And that's not something that you can consider your financial difficulties into it or not. It's for me, it's not a viable reason to approve just because it's financially more feasible for you to deny than there's. I am concerned about the tree canopy and about buffers. We put these things in place for a reason, to protect the tree buffers. And then we say, well, we're going to take away some, we're going to take away some trees. We're going to plant bushes. Well, bushes aren't the same as trees. And if Charlotte is interested in preserving, which tree people are interested in her as their goal, some concerns.
But again,
Yes, go ahead.
they cannot plant trees because
Correct.
city power. So
Correct.
their hands are tied.
That's correct. If we approve this, they have to plant bushes. Comments?
Yes, I would agree with what my colleagues have said, and creating will still be able to develop a even if the buffer is enforced.
Think about if we have to approve both variances, after we approve one and not the other. I mean, the ones that has to do with the trash can code and the. That's it's possible to. Tell me to reopen that so I can ask you that question. So let's reopen the discussion so I can ask. Can we approve one variance and not the other?
Yes, you could, because we've separated them out as 2 separate variance requests on in the application. You could approve one and not the other. So yeah, that answers your question, I think.
Jennifer, on one of the site plans you do have that you guys are going to plant along the buffer with these trees and shrubs. What is the height of trees and shrubs that you
Duke's requirements for planting trees. Trees have to be a maximum mature height of 15 feet, and any shrubs or bushes have to be under that.
that on that property line now? Telephone pole out front, so they're taller than 15 feet.
I just know what Duke's requirements are.
these 2 stories or 3 stories?
3 stories. That would be lower than the existing apartments. I believe those are 4. On that
It's
street.
36 feet.
Well, the other one's across the street.
Only
Taller
one
than the
person at a
existing.
time.
Yeah, one person at a time, thank you. Rest of the board, try not to. So what did you say about the townhomes, 3 stories?
3 stories, correct.
All right, any other questions before we go back into deliberations? Ready? Okay, thank you very much. The board will now go back into deliberations. Mr. Davis, do you have any comments or thoughts?
I mean, I agree with
Speak
that.
up.
I agree with everything you said about the trees, how they're affected by these. I think, part of the standards for granting variance talks about spirit, purpose, and intent of the regulations. I feel like part of that is to preserve the character of neighborhoods. So,
Mr. Marshall, are you ready to comment?
I mean, I think the idea of if we do work there, I would feel differently about splitting the buffer in half. I think the buffer provides enough of a landscape that will grow over the years. And it looks like there's opportunity to improve the way having all for the landscape and small development. Yeah, so that's better than it does now. So I think the idea of utilizing the buffer, I would be inclined to approve the parallel variant. I think we kind of see buffer on the left-hand side of the property. It's logical.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Chairperson Garrett and the
Yes.
members of the board, just a quick reminder as you're doing your deliberations and coming up. As you've read from your script, your decision has to be based on the evidence presented as it relates to the variance factors. So if you would add your discussion as to how, whether or not the evidence does not meet those standards. And then the other part that I heard from the board's discussion was the potential to maybe do a decision. Do remember that after you make a decision, you also have to make findings of law. So if you do decide to do a decision, the proposed findings as they're written, you'll have approval for both. If you're going to deny one, you need to be clear about how the evidence doesn't support variance, such that your findings of fact can be upheld.
Okay, guys, first thing is the unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the regulation. That's the first thing we need to decide. Would it be an unnecessary hardship if we said we deny this variance for the right hand side, because of utility? That's one thing to consider. I think the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. That is very true. The hardships are the basic easement for the utilities. Hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant. I would suggest that it does, because the applicant decided to do 9 units instead of 8, which affects the variance. And as Mr. Davis pointed out, The variance is consistent with the spirit and intent of the regulation. Whereas part of that was to preserve neighborhoods, tree canopies. So I will entertain comments. Please kind of phrase your responses or vote on this or propose a recommendation. Then you need to address it in the terms of our standards.
The only question I would have for the board to consider, to discuss is, on the last point of consideration, whether the variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, is just to ask you, if you were presented with language from the ordinance speaking to the purpose and intent, if you can find that in your evidence, and you can point to that.
All right.
Make a motion.
Okay, Mr. Shea?
I'm gonna make a motion to approve variance as is, all variances. Due to the hardship of the lot, the use was required of that lot. The fact that it's going to be a buffer that is bigger than currently exists. And I think, I think the spirit is not only a preservation of trees and neighborhoods as well, it's also a spirit of it only requires or is allowing higher. So there are two conflicts here, and I think we're trying to meet both. And I think it does mean, in fact, the spirit and purpose of this. So, a motion to approve that.
Do I hear a second or comment? So Mr. Shea made a motion to approve. Mr. Williamson. All right, let's vote. Mr. Davis. Motion to approve or not?
Davis, yes.
Davis is yes. Ms. Sun?
No.
Sun is no. Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yeah.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Driver, no. Motion passes. So the variance is approved as written. Thank you very much.
That's your fine.
Yeah, we will. Okay, let's look at the finding of facts. And with the modification to 19 to change northwest to southwest. There, everything is in order. Do I hear a motion to approve the finding of facts? And to
Davis motion to accept the review.
divisions? Second?
Williamson, second.
Williamson, second. All right, Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Sun? Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Shea?
Sure, yes.
Yes. All right, very much.
Person Dryden. We do have two other cases that I noticed on the sign-in sheet that have opposition. Case 50 and 52.
All right, moving on down. Two.
Oh, sorry. I misspoke. 52 and 53.
No, not 50, 52 and 53. All right, Thank you very much. We're moving on now, and we have to consider variance number 2024-00049 for properties, located at 3608 Rosses Ferry Road.
Okay. This is 2024-00049 for, I think it's Kinjo Outdoor Advertising. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Represented by Shad Spencer with Moore Van Allen, for property located at 3608 Rosses Ferry Road, owned by 3608 Rosses Ferry Road LLC. The variance is to Article 2210, Table 22-5, to reduce the spacing requirement between proposed outdoor advertising sign and the neighborhood one place type from 400 feet to 356 feet, and which is a 44-foot reduction. And then neighborhood two place type from 400 feet to 270 feet, which is the 122-foot reduction. And then they've agreed to a condition, provided a condition that the signage will not face residential use. Here's a vicinity map of the property. Again, we're up at Rosses Ferry Road near Brookshire and 85 interchange. This is a map showing the zoning of the property. It's currently zoned I1 CD and Legacy Zoning District Industrial Conditional. I think they are going through a kind of concurrent rezoning process right now to go to manufacturing logistics. Here's an aerial map of the property showing the development on the site and proximity to the 85 Brookshire interchange. It's a close-up aerial of the site. And here's a kind of a bird's eye image looking, we're looking from 85 and Rosses Ferry towards the property and the approximate sign location. You can see the existing manufacturing industrial building that's on the site. That's, I don't know if you can read that, but it says Paul's Whiskers and Wags Pet Crematory. It's on the site there. And then I'll note just on this slide here, you can see Brookshire Freeway kind of on the northwest side with, and it's labeled on your roadway in. That's a hotel that's over on Brookshire. I'll come back to that in a minute. Here's a street view of the property showing that industrial building. I think this is maybe a little out of date as well. Variance to Article 2210, as I mentioned, Table 22.5, which is to reduce the spacing requirement between the proposed outdoor advertising signage. That table requires a 400 foot of spacing when you're near neighborhood one, neighborhood two place types. This request would reduce the spacing from the neighborhood one place type from 400 feet to 356 feet, which would be a 44-foot reduction, and the neighborhood two place type from 400 feet to 270 feet, which would be a 122-foot reduction. And then again, with the condition that the signage would not face the residential uses. Here's a survey or site plan of the property showing the proposed sign location. It's a single-sided sign, and that single side would face I-85. So it's at an angle to where it would only face the highway. And here's a survey showing basically the distances to those place types. I'll start with the neighborhood one place type at the bottom. So the parcels, there's 3 parcels here. Unfortunately, the laser pointer does not work, but these 3 parcels are part of an area that's recommended for the neighborhood one place type, and they are zoned into B, and they're developed with single family homes. And so the variance request it would be approximately 356 feet from the nearest point to the sign, and that would be a 44-foot reduction to that 400-foot spacing. But there is that existing industrial building. There's a building on this part. So, and that would screen the view as well from those single-family homes to that proposed sign. And then the parcels across Darby Avenue are recommended for a neighborhood two place type. They're zoned CG and developed with non-residential uses. So the hotel is here. And they own this property here, this part of the parking lot. And then this parcel on the corner of Darby and Honeywood is developed with a mortuary. And I've got some pictures to show that here in a minute. This is a 2040 policy map, again showing the surrounding place types. North of Darby Avenue, you've got that N2 place type, and then south on Honeywood is the neighborhood 1 place type. So this is some street view images showing the commercial uses across Darby Avenue. Again, there's a mortuary at the corner of Darby and Honeywood, and then the hotel's property is gated off. Their parking lot does connect out to Darby, and so all that is developed with commercial uses, as the zoning reflects. This is on Honeywood Avenue, so there's 2 existing single-family homes, the corner parcels, and then it's not pictured, but on the other side of those trees is another single-family home that's in that neighborhood 1 place type. The bottom picture shows the approximate sign location next to that kind of concrete pad area, and you can see there's a pretty large existing tree to the left, to the right of that, I guess it would be, and then you can kind of see barely top of these houses and I've circled them there. That's the view from there to the sign. And again, the sign would be facing, sign face would face the highway. It wouldn't be directed towards those homes. Here are the standards for granting the variance. All 4 of these standards need to be met in order to grant the variance, and I'll give you a minute to look over the findings of fact. Must have gone too far. This one or this one? Yeah. So it's kind of hard to see because these trees kind of block it. There's a concrete pad that's out there is here, and on their survey, the sign basically at the corner of that concrete pad. So it would be roughly right here somewhere and face out this way.
Again, just for my clarification, those measurements go to like the property.
Correct. It goes from the ordinance requires the measurements are from the outer edges of the sign to the outer edge of the nearest property line. Okay. So the first hardship, unnecessary hardship, results from the strict application of the ordinance. Because outdoor advertising signs are only permitted within 3 zoning districts, ML1, ML2, and CR in Charlotte, and must be within 150 feet of limited access road. In addition, there's spacing requirements between other along both sides of limited access roads. There's also spacing requirements between existing buildings and spacing requirements between properties designated as neighborhood 1 and neighborhood 2 place types. And this site complies with all the regulations except for the spacing to the designated place types. An unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the spacing requirement from the neighborhood place types because the nearest applicable place type is zoned commercial and developed with commercial uses, and the strict application of that spacing requirement would prohibit reasonable use of the property for outdoor advertising sign. Hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property because the location of the subject site is along the interstate and within the proposed zoning, manufacturing, logistics, meets all the criteria except for one, and the one criteria for the spacing requirement from neighborhood 1 and neighborhood 2 place type. There are a limited number of properties within Charlotte that meet all but one of the criteria for placement of an outdoor advertising sign as required in Article 2210C of the UDO. And the proposed sign is far from the western corner of the property and cannot be shifted further from these place sites due to the required frontage setbacks along Interstate 85 and Roswell's Ferry Road. The hardship doesn't result from, or does not result from actions taken by the applicant. The current neighborhood 2 place type designation does not reflect the current zoning and land uses, and such designation has contributed to the hardship. The properties that require the greatest reduction in spacing requirement are commercially used properties with neighborhood 2 place type, and the closest neighborhood 1 place type property within residential use is 356 feet from the proposed sign, and the requested 44 foot of spacing from the variance is minor and is not easily detected since the property is separated by a non-residential building, approximately 14 feet of grade difference in a street from the site on which the sign is proposed. The desire to have a reasonable use of the property is not a self-created hardship since the outdoor advertising sign is reasonable for property within manufacturing and logistics zoning, and also abuts Interstate 85, which is designated as a limited access. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit and purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, and that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The intent of the spacing requirements between neighborhood 1 and neighborhood 2 place types are to reduce visual clutter and distractions of such signage from nearby residential properties. The applicant has proposed and agreed to a condition that the proposed outdoor advertising sign would be positioned so that the signage would face the southbound lane of I-85 and not be visible from the abutting properties, nor to be viewed from any properties within 400 feet of residential use, and no signage is proposed or allowed on the backside of the sign facing Rossell's Ferry. The closest residentially used property within the neighborhood 1 place type is 356 feet from the proposed sign. It's separated from the sign by 2 industrial buildings, 14 feet of grade, and separated by Honeywood Avenue. The closest property is designated as neighborhood 2 place type, which is 278 feet, are zoned commercial, general commercial CG, and occupied with a vehicle, outdoor storage, funeral home, and motel rather than residential uses. Granting the variance does not alter the essential character of the Rossell's Ferry Road and Interstate 85 area, which is a mix of industrial and commercial uses, and the sign's position will not alter the character of the nearby residential uses. Here's a picture of the sign at the property, and that concludes my presentation. Not to my knowledge. So a limited access road would be one where you don't have driveways from individual properties out to the street. So you can only get in on and off that road at designated points like interchanges.
All right, board deliberations, or disapprove this variance or comments. Someone makes a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? Shay, second. Mr. Williamson? Mr. Davis? Ms. Sun? Ms. Shay? Drive, yes. So we approve the variance. Do I hear a motion to approve the finding facts and conditions of law as written? Okay. Oh, okay. So let's, on number 23, we want to correct.
Members of the board also suggested change on paragraph number 11, the beginning of the sentence currently reads, result in this application of the ordinance. That would drop on the students that probably intended that we drop. So it's probably the hard results from straight application.
Okay. Get that? Amended number 11, change from and the spelling error on the 23. You hear a motion to approve as amended. David, this motion to approve as amended. You want a second? Ms. Sun, second. Mr. Williamson? Shay? Ms. Sun? Mr. Davis? Dryden, yes. and tax are and very much. Okay. The case that we're going to consider is variance number 2024-0050 for a property located at 0 Billy Graham Parkway.
Crystal's going to present the next three cases, I think. So.
Could I get a draft of the findings?
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Hello, everyone. This is case variance 2024-0050. The applicant is Parkway Advertising Corporation, represented by David Murray Law, for property located at 0 Billy Graham Parkway, owned by Airwith Commerce Center 2 LLC. This is a two-part variance request for a proposed outdoor advertising sign. The first part is a variance to Article 22.10, Table 22-5, to allow an electronic changeable face outdoor advertising sign within 150 feet of a parkway versus a limited access road. The second part is to reduce the spacing requirement between the proposed outdoor advertising sign and neighborhood 1 place type from 400 feet to 301.7 feet, which is a 98-foot reduction. Here's the vicinity map. It is off of Billy Graham Parkway. The zoning is ML1, which is manufacturing and logistics. Here's an aerial view and a close-up of the subject parcel. And this is a bird's eye view. You'll see that there's Taggart Creek kind of going on along the parcel. Once again, it's a two-part variance for a proposed outdoor advertising sign. The first part is to allow electronic changeable face outdoor advertising sign within 150 feet of a parkway versus a limited access road. The second part is to reduce the requirement between the proposed outdoor advertising sign and neighborhood 1 place type from 400 feet to 301.7 feet, a 98-foot reduction. Here you'll see the northern sign and the southern sign to be removed, and then the proposed single-sided sign location in the middle. From here to the neighborhood 1 place type is a 98-foot reduction. And that's where the neighborhood 1 place type parcels are vacant. The lot is okay. You'll see here the parkway, the Billy Parkway is Parkway Street, according to the streets map. And here are the neighborhood 2 parcels, neighborhood 1 place type parcels. They have storm, excuse me. I don't know how to go back. Okay. My notes. There is excuse me, what are the Yeah, floodplain and stormwater buffers, excuse me, thank you. And this is the 2040 policy map. You'll see north is neighborhood 1, and to the east is campus. Here's the variance criteria. This will be a chance to look for the findings of fact. Please let me know when you're ready. Okay, I'll fix that.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back and just clarify that the proposed sign in the middle of the lot, the parcel, is a double-sided sign, not a single-sided. So here are the considerations. Unnecessary hardships would result from the strict application of the ordinance because Billy Graham Parkway functions as a limited access road south of West Boulevard. However, it's designed as a parkway on the Charlotte Streets map, which is one category below a limited access road. The parcels designated as neighborhood 1 placement are vacant, and the portions of the parcels nearest to the proposed sign are within wetlands and floodplains and would not be developable for residential uses. Strict application, street type location, and the spacing requirement would prohibit the reasonable of the property for an outdoor advertising sign. The hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property because the property has 2 billboards which were compliant with zoning at the time they were placed. The only road frontage is Billy Graham Parkway, which is defined as the future freeway access road in the comprehensive transportation plan as a future freeway, which would then meet the limited access road standard. The site is separated from the neighborhood 1 place type by staggered topography, wetlands, and floodplain. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant. The hardship results from the road designation and strict application of the ordinance. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance in that the public safety is secured and substantial justice achieved. The intent of the ordinance is for billboards to be placed on roads similar to I-85, I-77, I-277, and I-485. The stretch of Billy Graham Parkway is divided 4 lanes connecting I-85 and I-77 near the airport. The comprehensive transportation plan includes changes to Billy Graham Parkway, removing at-grade intersections, which would then cause it to be classified as a limited access road under the streets map. The adjacent parcels designated as neighborhood 1 place type, but are separated from the proposed sign by environmental features, rendering the areas of the parcels nearest to the site undevelopable. Granting the variance will not alter the essential character of the parcels designated with neighborhood 1 place type. Here is the sign posted on the site, and that is the end of the presentation.
How does that differ?
So Parkway would have, because there's an intersection at West Boulevard north of the site, it can't be designated as a limited access road because again, there's that grade intersection. So that's why the streets map designates Billy Green as a parkway. I think there's also a driveway for Billy Green Center further south. But so for those reasons, the grade crossings, this would not be considered a limited access road. That's why it's designated as a parkway, which is basically one step down from a limited access road. In the future transportation plans call for a grade separation at West Boulevard and changes to the functionality of Billy Graham Parkway such that it would be able to be designated as an access road. that would encourage those transportation improvements are made.
Any other questions? All right. Do I hear a discussion or a motion to approve the variance?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Shea makes a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Maybe a second.
Second. Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Mr. Wilson, Shea? Yes. So the variance is approved. Good. I have a question about number 2. It says the site is located at 3608 Billy Graham Parkway. Every place else says it's 0 Billy Graham Parkway. Which are we doing?
I'll check the address real quick. I think the 3608 might just be a typo because that was the address of the Rosales Ferry site. So we can strike 3608 from number 2.
So the site is located at.
Yeah.
Chairperson Ryder,
Yes, ma'am.
number 10, similar suggestion as in the last one.
From.
It currently reads and should read from.
Okay, so number 10, it should read the hardship results from. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law as amended? So, the son, do I hear a second?
Williamson, second.
Mr. Williamson, thank you. Mr. Davis,
Davis, yes.
the son, Mr. Shea,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Dryden, yes. So it is approved as amended.
First, I'll do the next case.
Yes.
Nicole, I have a question for you before we start. Each case is unique. These 2 next cases are very similar. We have, if you make it one, the second one.
My recommendation at this point is that these cases are placed separately as opposed to in one application. My recommendation to you would be to hear one of them separately based on the other versions of both hearings. And then we can potentially have a conversation about if these cases are sufficiently similarly situated such that your decision in one would potentially be the same as the other. But until you hear the evidence, I would not be able to make a recommendation.
We have a conversation at the second.
After hearing.
Thank you.
The other thing that wanted to bring up to the board's attention, my understanding is that both of these next cases, 2024 0052 and 2024 0053, potentially have opposition. Is that correct? They're currently sitting in the recommendation. However, my recommendation would be that you put it as your agenda items. It is up to you if you would like to hear them now, moving on to the agenda, or if you want to move them as the first 2 items of your regular agenda and get through the rest of the agenda.
I think I would like to move through the regular agenda. The recommendation. Since there's no opposition to 2024 0054.
5-5 or 5-6.
No, 5-4. 5-5, they're making speakers. I don't.
Looking at this 19 signed up, put a check mark for opposed. So I don't believe anyone is here
Okay,
speaking
so
opposition.
5-4, 5-5 is 6. he could take care of.
Yes, and 40 we can move up out of, and if no one is here speaking off 40, don't, the time sheet there is, we can do that.
So what is yours? Okay, all right. Thank you for that recommendation. We're going to hear the cases in order. So go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead.
So we are hearing case 00052, the property located at 5415 East 72 Harris Boulevard.
That is case number variance 2024-00052, Olympia and Wright LLC, Andrew Ballo, represented by David Murray from Murray Law, for property at 5415 East WC Harris Boulevard, owned by AMD Construction Services. It's a two-part variance request from setbacks for N1A zoning in Article 4.3, Table 4-2 of the UDO. The first part is a renewal of variance of the front setback from the required 55-foot per the recorded plat down to 20 feet, which is a 35-foot reduction. The second part is variance to reduce the rear setback from the required 35 feet per the previously granted variance down to 20 feet, a 15-foot reduction, with the condition that only single-family home and associated accessory structures are permitted. Yes. Owned by AMD Construction Services. Olympia Wright is the applicant. This is the vicinity map. It's off of East WT Harris Boulevard. The zoning is N1A Neighborhood 1 zoning district. Aerial map view. And a close-up of the site. Here is the street view. A bird's eye view of the site. It is two variance requests from setbacks N1A zoning to in the for N1A zoning in Article 4.3, Table 4.2, 4-2 of the UDO. The first part is renewal of your variance of the front setback from the required 55 feet per the recorded plat down to 20 feet, a 35-foot reduction. The second part is a variance to reduce the rear setback from the required 35 feet per the previously granted variance down to 20 feet, which is a 15-foot reduction, with the condition that only single-family home and associated accessory structures are permitted.
So, what was the first? No.
2019.
Let it run out.
Yeah, it was 2019-026. It was granted in June of 2019.
And those variances, if you don't.
It's still applicable, but what they would like to do is basically, with this variance request, maintain or renew what was previously granted for the front so that it continues, but then on the back, they're asking for an additional reduction in that rear setback beyond what was previously granted. Before in 2019, it reduced the rear setback from 45 feet to 35 feet. And so they're asking to go from 35 to 20.
Here's a survey and the lots. These are just examples of the depths of adjacent homes. The depths range from 51 feet to 46 feet, 40 feet down to 36 feet is the range. Here's the approved plat. In this slide, you'll see two aerial photos. The one on the left side is from 1978. It shows the existing street center line, and the image to the right is for 2024. It shows how the East WT Harris Boulevard improvements impacted the properties to the east. And here's the variance criteria. I'll be on hold while you look through the findings of facts.
So you have a building pad.
Let's see. No.
The applicant did not provide one, so they may have one in their presentation, but they didn't provide one as evidence.
Okay.
Unnecessary hardships would result from the strict application of the ordinance because of the lack of depth of the property, which creates a small building envelope. The hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property because the shallow depth and small size of the lot was created by the widening of East WT Paris Boulevard. The lot has remained unused since that time. Previous to the widening, the depth of the lot was approximately 120 feet, as shown on the approved plat when the property was created in 1984. The East WT Harris Boulevard improvements impacted the property to the east, including the subject property area. Aerial photos from 2024 and 1978 with a map layer of the existing street center line show the current center line along the eastern edge of the 1978 roadway. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant. It results from the parcel being an existing legally conforming lot and was not created by the property owner. The hardship results from the lot shape and size. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance in that the public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The variance would allow the construction of a single-family detached home, and granting the variance will not adversely affect the adjacent or contiguous properties. Granting the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The applicant proposed the condition that development be limited to a single-family home and associated accessory structures. And here is the sign posted on the site. That's the end of presentation. Do you have any questions?
We're looking at right now is a corner lot, right?
No, this is not a corner lot.
Oh, I see. This one is- The applicant will now present evidence.
Better than stuff. Three.
I swear or affirm the evidence for this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Andrew Below, last name BAL.
David, it's combined. They're combined into one presentation.
Yeah, I can get just put them together for the presentation.
And as you're preparing, as a reminder, that the evidence must focus upon applicable standards. You may proceed when your graphic comes up.
Okay. Members of the board, thank you for hearing from us today. Staff, I appreciate your, sorry. Appreciate staff's presentation. David Murray on behalf of the applicant here. I actually did my presentation kind of combining these two. You can see in the aerial, they're right next door to each other. They do have a little bit different lot shapes. But we're here today because there was a variance, and I did not handle the variance in 2019. I'm not certain who did. But there was a variance adopted prior to this, but since that time, no houses have been built. So again, we're under contract. This is Olympiad Wright that is the applicant here, and the contract is not closed, but we're under contract. We're seeking the two variances that staff specified. The first is the renewal of the variance that's already been granted. That's the front setback. The idea here is we're really, because we're on East W.T. Harris, we really don't want to go any closer than 20 feet because it's a very congested highway. We also have to have driveway depth here for people coming in and out of the property. Anything closer than 20 feet is going to be very close to W.T. Harris. And so the rear yard is where we're seeking a further reduction to allow a house that's consistent with the home depths that are near this property. Slide 3 here is an aerial showing the frontage on East W.T. Harris Boulevard. The parcels have been cleared. They were just never built on. The house that's shown here in this picture to the left would be the house that would technically be to the north of this property. And so it would be kind of next door, although it would be adjacent to the side lot line. So their separation from our site would be a side lot. This is a picture looking from the street, from street view of the parcels. And then that house that I just pointed out will be shown on the left side here of this picture showing the lot cleared. Mr. Shea, you asked about if we had a plan showing the footprint, the depth of this house. We requested a variance of a 20-foot rear yard. Since we filed this, and Mr. Blow, you can confirm, but we can do a 22-foot rear yard. Is that correct? That's correct. And that's because the shape of the house would be 37 feet by 38 foot of depth.
That's correct.
Okay.
37 lot by 38 feet.
37 by 38 would be the depth in the size of the house. So we can modify the variance. This is showing a 20 foot, but the rear yard that we can do is a 22 foot. That's a 38-foot deep house, and it would be 37 feet wide. So it would take up most of the depth here shown on this survey. Obviously, the width would not. One of the issues, because we're on East W.T. Harris Boulevard, is we're likely not going to have two driveways. We're likely going to have a shared driveway in between that will split off towards the two properties, and that would cut down on conflict points in W.T. Harris. And W.T. Harris is a DOT maintained roadway, so the DOT would prefer to have one driveway in the middle of these properties. So if you can kind of envision a driveway going basically in the side yards to the middle, that's where the driveway would be located. That will also give us more depth. But we don't have the exact footprint diagram, but the depth that we're requesting is as much depth as you can get just to fit this house. We're not seeking anything more than what's there. Yep. It's 80 feet.
Where shared driveway, so the garage is going to be at the back of the house, am I assuming?
Garages would be on the front of the house.
On the front of the house.
But for the lot on the left, the garage would be on the right-hand side, and then the lot on the right, the garage would be on the left-hand side.
So closer to the road.
These are based upon these measurements are based upon the tax records of the adjacent houses. One of the things we were looking at was what depth are the adjacent houses in this area. House that's to the north of us, I think, was built somewhat more recent than some of the others, and then the house that's the second one up is showing 40 feet, I believe, is also more recent than some of these other houses. But you can see the two to the right are 37, 36. The ones to the north are all 40 and beyond. And again, what's really unique about the location of this lot is not only does it front W.T. Harris, but it's in between lots such that the lots next to us are side yards. They're not rear yards. So it's kind of almost like a unique way that the lots are subdivided around us. So the side yard, the lot to the north of us, we would be up against their side yard, which would be 5 feet under zoning. And then the lot to the right of us, we'd be up against their side yard, even though that would technically be our rear yard. So it's their side yard, which on their side would be 5 feet under current zoning. So when we're looking at the variance standards, staff went through these already, so I won't belabor the point there on these, but these lots have been vacant, it appears, for a substantial period of time. Do you know what happened? The sites were closed. Are we clear as to what happened with the developer? They haven't told us why they didn't build. But the variance that was granted originally would have provided for a very small, very shallow buildable envelope. And so our belief is that they didn't request this with a design of a house in mind, because the house would have been very shallow. It would have been a very unique, small buildable area for that lot. And so that's why we're here requesting further depth. Again, pushing it forward to W.T. Harris, with the amount of traffic that's on W.T. Harris, 20 feet seems to be the minimum that would be reasonable there. And so that's why we're seeking further reduction in the rear yard. So the unnecessary hardship is based upon the existing standards. Buildable envelope is extremely tiny. The hardship's peculiar to the property. It's a shallow, small sized lot. They were made even further shallow by W.T. Harris in '93. They've remained unused since that time, and so the variance here would allow for development. There's no self-created hardship. We didn't do anything. We're just seeking to be able to build on this lot. Olympia and Wright has been in front of this board several times before on other very unique small shaped properties, been able to build houses on those previously unused lots, and that's what we're seeking here. And we're keeping our setback what's already approved to make sure that we're not bringing it closer to W.T. Harris to create any type of safety issue. And so that's why we're seeking a further reduction in the rear yard. This is a reasonable depth for construction. If you look at the other houses that are in the area, the 38-foot deep house is not unreasonable for what's located around. And without the variance, these lots are likely to remain undeveloped and unused. And then the final condition is it would just be a single house. It would not be a duplex. And then any accessory structures. The plan is not to have a detached garage. It's internal, correct? And so that's the conclusion of our presentation. The 4 standards have been met here for granting the variance. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And keep in mind on those proposed findings, we would modify our request to 13-foot reduction in the rear, which would be a 22-foot rear yard.
Any questions from the board for Mr. Murray? I just have one, the properties behind, and that you were showing 36 and 37, are those vacant also?
36, no, those have houses. Yes, those are have been built on, I'm not sure how long ago. Yeah, because of the unique configuration there in the property to the north of us, that's actually their side yard also. And also one other thing that's to note on our survey, there's actually a sewer easement that runs to the north of the one highlighted in green. There's a sewer easement that runs on label 37 feet. There's a sewer easement that runs between those properties shown on our survey, and that's 15 feet. So we actually won't be building 5 feet from the side yard because we can't. We'd be building 15 feet at best. Just the rear yard. So we're asking down to a 22-foot, which is a 13-foot reduction. No problem.
But I didn't write it, so, okay. Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. All right, we have someone to speak in opposition. Can you step up, please, so that you can swear in? You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. If you'll state your name and spell your last name before you talk.
Joe Canamel, C-A-N-N-A-M-E-L.
And you, ma'am?
Nancy Peace Davis, Nancy Peace,
Okay, sir, you may begin your. So as a reminder, witnesses to provide factual testimony as how this case does or does not meet the standards, and the board must base its decision upon evidence in the record, not personal preference or opinion. The applicant and any other parties have certain rights to object to your testimony and cross-examine you as a witness. The board then will determine what evidence to consider and how much weight to assign to it. And you may begin.
I was here in 2019 in opposition for safety reasons. When they changed the zoning back then, I hired a landscape architect who provided me with statistic traffic reports, DOT statutes, which is what ended up causing it to have one driveway, because you can't have a driveway within 7 feet of a turn lane. And that was from the DOT handbook. I had all that evidence. I didn't bring any this time. They deemed it hearsay because it was an email. This is my property. And it is literally in my backyard. It's not my side yard. I mean, I stand on my deck and I could almost spit on it. They already shortened it by 15 feet in 19. Now they want to take another 15 feet away. When I bought my property, that was all wood. And part of the reason I bought my property was because of that. It was because of the privacy. Harris Boulevard was 1 lane or 2 lanes when I bought my property, and they widened it since then. And I looked into purchasing those lots and found out they were owned by the city, and they were not buildable. So it didn't make sense for me to buy land and pay taxes if nothing could be built on there anyway. So then time goes by, and Charlotte got greedy and putting houses wherever they can fit them. But to allow this variance is going to cut my privacy even more. I don't want to take somebody's dream away, but it's my backyard. I've been living there for 30 years with nothing but privacy. And now they cut the trees down 5 years ago, which opened me up to Harris Boulevard, which has caused me to build a fence. And their backyard is going to be in my backyard. And I don't know anybody that wants to go out on their deck and look at a neighbor face to face. And if a 2-story house is built, then a fence is not even going to do me any good. And for safety reasons, Harris Boulevard traffic they're 60, 70 miles an hour. I've witnessed motorcycles probably doing over 100 miles an hour on that road. Right where this is, it begins a straight 1 mile stretch to the plaza, which is the next traffic light. And so many cars, I hear them. Even at night, sitting on my deck, I can hear cars whizzing by. And what made me nervous safety-wise is now there's going to be 2 houses there. These people are going to be getting visitors. They're going to be put in a GPS, and they're going to come to a dead stop where cars are moving at 67 miles an hour to pull into a driveway to find out there's not even any room to park. Well, what's going to happen with their guests now? Where are they going to park? Can't park on Harris Boulevard. They're going to end up probably turning on the Markway Drive, and that street is blind as you're turning into it. So that's another danger. That's about all I have to say.
Hi, I'm just concerned about the neighborhood and all the traffic on WT. As we know that it's a busy, congested street. And I'm just concerned about everybody in the vicinity. I want to make mine short because he said everything I was going to say. I live at 7022 Markway Drive.
Next door to me.
Oh, not you right here. I'm right next door to him. Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? for, these ladies and gentlemen. Right. Thank you very much.
I need a history lesson here.
Okay.
2019, they applied for a variance for the front setback.
Front, it was front and rear.
The west front.
Yeah, it went from the rear, the front was from the platted 55 to 20 feet. And then the rear was from 45 feet to 35. There's been some changes with because of zoning changes, originally R3 and 1A, so the rear setbacks are a little bit weird, but previously in 2019, when it was R3, the rear setback was 45 feet, and granted them a variance of 10 feet to 35 feet to the rear. In current zoning today, the rear yard is 40 feet, but because the variance is still in place from 2019, that 35 feet supersedes the 40 feet that N1A requires. So the request today, that 35 that's granted and is in place to the 20, which would be, or 22 that they modified, so it would be a 13.
Someone made reference
So I was looking at historical street views, and back in 2007, it was wooded. The gentleman who spoke saying about the history of the site and who owned it before, looks like the state Department of Transportation acquired it in around 1990. Then in 2018, the state, it went from state ownership to by quick claim deed to someone with the last name in 28. But from what I can see in the street view, it doesn't look like anything's ever been built. I don't believe so. I think it's changed since then. Yeah, because the current owner is the AMD. What was it? AMD Construction.
Okay.
That's who cleared it.
Just to duly clarify, the variance that was granted in 2019.
Correct.
This is just whether to expand.
Primarily to expand the rear setback, because you would be basically affirming what was previously granted for the front. I don't know if I said that right. I'm looking at it.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Before we go into deliberations. I'll entertain comments.
Chairperson, I have additional comment or concern.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, you have an additional comment?
If you can come up here.
I'm just wondering about my privacy. The first case that was up here, they were talking about, that part of privacy. What about my rights to privacy? Why should they be taken away? Living in this house for 30 years.
All right, any other questions, comments? I will try deliberations again.
Members of the board, just very quickly a reminder as you start your deliberations that 160D requires that any testimony concerning vehicular traffic, public safety, public safety must be from expert witness. So just keep that in mind as you do your deliberations and consider the evidence.
I didn't know.
Okay.
We're just deliberating on 5. Is the looking at
Yes.
the top block?
Yes. Yes, they separated them out. And the amendment to the variance was to the rear setback to go from 22 feet down to 13 feet. with the condition that it's only a part-time.
Just to clarify, my understanding was, the applicant that it should be from.
35 to 22.
It would be a 32.
Just those two numbers. Okay, thoughts, comments?
I have a question. Where the graph showing if it's still the 35 rear setback versus the 22-foot line?
That's a question that you would have to reopen in order, because you closed for deliberation.
I did that now. I got 80 minus 35 minus 20. Right at 45, it's 25. Yeah.
25.
The really bad would be 25.
The half size was going to be 37.
I would recommend that you just to have the applicant confirm that's correct, to make sure those are the facts that we're considering. But it is up to the board.
Okay, we got to put in, and we'll let Mr. Murray confirm. Answer your question again, Mr. Murray.
Graph, the comparison between
I don't have that graph, but it is 25 feet versus 38 feet. So we're asking for 13 more feet of depth. 25 feet is very shallow. And we think that that's likely the reason why they didn't build houses on this lot.
So, help me. It was 25, and now they're asking for.
No, what's 35?
Was 35.
30, it's 35 today. They want 22.
Okay.
15 foot reduction.
So it will be a difference between being variance 925 square foot of pad versus 1406 square foot.
Exactly.
All right, any other questions before we begin right deliberations? All right, I'm gonna try deliberations again. All right. Would you like to comment or your opinion?
Absolutely.
All right.
Maybe the board can help first remember. Mr. Moore pointed out. We've probably seen a couple of these already this year, about 2 or 3 of these. And to my recollection, none of them backed up to any neighbor. They were unique properties. They were
Correct. They backed
kind
up
of a road
or the interstate or
someplace else. This one is that backs up to a neighbor, which exactly setback for the neighbor discussing his privacy. So that 40-foot setback that's supposed to be there, which is now 35 from the variance in 2015. It's already impinged his privacy at that 5 feet. And now we're trying to go back and give him more 13. 22. You think about it, you have a deck in the back of your house. It's going to be pretty close to the lot line of the neighbor. That's how close 22 feet. I'm incredibly supportive of the fact that we're going to have the right to this park. But I'm also very concerned about the neighbor's privacy because he has a very important reason to support the setbacks that are on the UDO. So I think we have to be considerate of whether we give up a buffer. That's what it is. It's a buffer. The setback is a buffer. Whether we give up that buffer for the state development, it's just the neighbor's privacy.
my recollection correctly, those properties were driving. They were in the road.
Yes, once, in recent times, the ones we've done have backed up to 85 or 485 or major, just there's no housing behind.
I'll say that I'm not comfortable.
I mean, I understand what, buildable. It's very difficult. You're right. The distance is very close, very close. And you can't build a fence high enough. You shouldn't have that expense to build a fence high enough to. And that's probably why for sale for such a long time, because it's not quite buildable the way it's configured. Mr. Davis, do you have thoughts you'd like to share?
I mean, my thought of what all this changed since 2019 and variance. And I understand the math we did about square footage. You know, like has been said, there are other homes besides the commercial sites here. Once I think I agree with additional hearings.
Well, all right, let's look at our standards. Unless their hardship would result from strict application of the regulation. You have to demonstrate the absence of the variance, the reasonable use of the property. The hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. I would agree with that. Hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant. And the present variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and see that's the one we get. Because I do believe that, we put buffers in place for a reason. And as a board, every time we take a little bit of the buffer away, then the next time here, as we said in 2019, we took away some of the buffer. Now that's not enough. They want more of the buffer taken away. So what's the next step? Person, I tend to agree. I don't.
Members of the board, I believe the applicant has some clarifying information that they would like to share with the board. You would have to reopen to hear that. But following that, I may have some additional suggestions as you continue to proceed with this.
On the comment, one of the conditions that we had here was that it would allow single family and accessory structures. The zoning ordinance allows accessory structures up to 3 feet from the rear lot line. So if there was a detached garage, it could be 3 feet from the rear lot line of this property. On this parcel, I just confirmed, because the garage would be internal, we would amend our condition that the rear yard would not have accessory structures so that there wouldn't be a further encroachment into that rear yard. Because yes, we know the house would be 22 feet, but remember, under the zoning ordinance, if we built a detached garage, we could put it in that back corner 3 feet from the rear lot line today without a variance. You could put a detached garage. And so I think to reinforce that buffer, we would amend our condition to say that it only allow single family structure and no detached accessory structures in the rear yard.
The UDO changed it from 5 to 3 feet. Yeah.
Detached garages can go up in height also.
How high?
I believe it's 20, or I can't, what's the 40 feet.
For this zoning?
Hang on.
I can't remember. It's either 20 or 25.
Accessory structures with a height of 24 feet or more, or under 24 feet, but with a height taller than the principal structure, shall be set back from the rear lot line a minimum of 15 feet. So if you're under 24 feet with the height of the principal structure, then you can be up to 3 feet from the property line. And that would include ADUs as well, not just detached garages, but ADUs, you know, pool sheds, garages, any sort of detached accessory structure would fall under that category. Yeah, you'd have, if it's an ADU and all, or any other accessory, the total square footage of all of those has to be less than 50% of the main house.
Right.
24 feet.
It doesn't matter. Take it off the table.
Right. So we amend that condition. Just to reiterate, the neighbor's side yard is next to us, which is 5 feet. His rear yard goes south.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
My house is right here. So it's not like it's set back up in this corner. It's right here. And they're gonna be on top of me, the bottom line. And I like what you said, rather look back to the garage. Someone's backyard.
All right. Well, okay. Some suggestions.
So I think the first thing for the board to consider is that you are to look at the case before you and the evidence before you, not previous cases that are not currently for the board's considerations. I heard some commentary the deliberations about previous cases. This one, those cases are not before you right now. You are to evaluate this case whether or not it meets the various standards based on the evidence that you were presented to date only. And again, just referring you back to your variance standards, making sure that you are evaluating your evidence as to whether or not it meets the standards.
I'm not comfortable with 22. I think I don't think their hands can be tied as well as if they help, for 35 feet. Not even the 25 foot depth, because I think it's gonna be smaller. So as a suggestion, I might want to put out there that a 30-foot rear setback between 5 feet and 30 feet is a lot better than 22. You give that just that gives them a house pad that's 28 squares, 2 stories, with a garage attached.
So you're saying we would not renew the variance for the front, or we would for the
Front stays the same.
So the variance, we're not gonna reduce it from.
They want 35 to 22. I'm gonna say 35 to 30.
35 to 30. All right. What do you think, guys? So we have thoughtful though you are.
I think I think this, the 22 clearly affects the atmosphere of the neighborhood. I was just counting 2-foot ceiling tiles. This room is 32 feet width. Scale of what we're talking about. This is about the distance away from the neighbor. So 20 feet that way is pretty tight. So I would be inclined to deny it. I like the idea of the compromise that Mr. Shea is presenting. I still think I'm not sure I get my arms around that even because I think the neighborhood is somewhat still in question.
Any other thoughts? Mr. Davis?
Are we able to do that? Like,
I was gonna wait until you all provided any information, but I am not sure you can propose a different solution. I think at this juncture, you have been presented with a request for a variance that has been modified by you may reopen to ask the modification, but my recommendation would be that you consider what has been presented with the latest modification by the applicant. And you could allow a recess to allow the applicant and staff to discuss the matter of that, but it would probably be better for the board if you reopen and have a conversation back and forth with the applicant as to what other potential solutions there may be, as I'm not sure you would be able to propose your own different variance requests on behalf of the applicant.
so, no, the standards apply. I understand that. I guess 900 square foot versus 1,500 square foot is different, but I don't think it necessarily constitutes approach. So that's where I'm.
Yes, sir.
It's a hard decision. I agree that developers should be able to develop, right? But again, the setback is there to protect the character of the neighborhood.
Right, open this back up. Mr. Murphy, you have some comments?
Can we have some time to marinate on this?
All right, we can take a 10-minute break.
This is a reminder that board members are not or with anybody else.
All right, with that in mind, we will take 10 minutes.
Thank
15 if you need it. And then we'll
Also, another reminder, your microphones are still on and it's gonna get picked up. Anything you say is not gonna get picked up in the recording.
We can.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Just wait a second
Wait a
until she
second.
comes back.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think been that way since I talked about it last. So what we did was we before it, but when we talked to her, those volumes are not up. So we turn these volumes all the way down back there. And then Jackson underneath the computer.
And so those are like three notes.
Also, it's still green back there. You can see that conversation.
But
It's red right now.
and like just some tears, like the temperature just not those no, we want it. Yeah. Sometimes so we have recess Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, that's good. But you know, we didn't see the sun before that. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in full force. Thank you very much for your patience, and we will reconvene the meeting. All right, Mr. Murray, you have comments.
Yes, I do. Thank you, members of the board. Given that these two cases are viewed separately, I've consulted with the applicant, and on the parcel that's under consideration now, we do not have a specific plan, but we could modify the rear yard request to a 30-foot rear yard, which would be a 5-foot reduction for that specific parcel.
So now, all right, this is what we have now, ladies and gentlemen. You're renewing the variance for the front setback as it was platted in. The front setback, we're just renewing that to 55. But the variance for the rear setback, they're for the required 35 feet. They want now, we're gonna go with 30 feet, which would be a 5-foot reduction. Okay, and with the condition that they only do a single family home and no accessory structures.
No detached accessory structures in the rear yard
In the
was
rear
the
yard.
original.
Right.
Yes.
No detached accessory structures in the rear yard. Okay, do I need to repeat that, or board, do we have it? All right, that is the new variance request. Do I have a motion to approve or further discussion? If we have further discussion, we will do that.
Motion.
Okay, Mr. Shea has made a motion to approve the variance as amended. Do I hear a second? Okay, the son has seconded. All right, Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
All right, Mr. Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ms. Sun?
Sun, yes.
Mr. Shea?
Shay, yes.
Dryden, yes. So the variance is approved as amended for variance 2024-0052. Mr. Kinley and Ms. Lamprey, we have all that
Yes.
verbiage? Okay. All right, so now we need to look at the finding of facts and conclusions of law. And we need to amend. I don't know which one it is, number.
So you would be amending,
Number 10, isn't it?
10.
Reduction of the 35-foot setback for the previously granted, so we want 30 feet and a 5-foot setback, right?
5-foot reduction, yes.
5-foot reduction. And then where do we put with the condition?
So amending 19, But before we go on to 19, on 11,
Okay.
Changing in to from,
Right.
the hardship results from strict application of the ordinance.
And 10, yeah, it's down to 30 to 5.
Yes.
That's all you're doing here. Okay, and then you said in 19, the applicant imposes the condition that development be limited to a single family home and no detached accessory structures in the rear yard.
Correct.
You have that?
And just a point of clarity, and on the first page under request number 2, we added consistent with the modification.
Yes,
of the variance
30
request.
and 5.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be 20. All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the finding of facts and conditions of law as amended?
Davis approves.
Davis, thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ms. Sun seconds. Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Shea?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Sun?
Said yes.
Mr. Davis?
Davis, yes.
Dryden, yes. So the finding of facts and conclusions of law are approved as amended in number 10 and number 11 and number 19. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Okay, now we move on. To variance number 2024-0053 for the property located at 5425 East W.T. Harris Boulevard.
When you go to share screen. Window. And then, is that his presentation?
Oh, here you go.
Sharing the function. Okay, and I think we're good.
Okay, so whenever you're ready.
Thank you. We are moving on to variance case 2024-0053. Very similar to the requests previously to reduce setbacks in the N1A zoning from Article 4.3, Table 4-2 of the UDO. It is a renewal of variance of the front setback from the required 55 feet per the recorded plat down to 20 feet, a 35-foot reduction. And the second part is to reduce the rear setback from the required 35 feet per the previously granted variance down to 20 feet, a 15-foot reduction, with the condition that only a single-family home and associated accessory structures are permitted. Here is the location on the vicinity map. The parcel is N1A, Neighborhood 1 zoning district. On the aerial map, here is the location of that second parcel. Close-up of the aerial map. Street view of the site. A bird's eye view. It is a two-part request for the variance. First part, front setback from the required 55 foot per the recorded plat down to 20 feet, a 35-foot reduction. The second variance is to reduce the rear setback from the required 35 feet to the previously granted variance down to 20 feet, a 15-foot reduction, with the condition that only a single-family home and associated accessory structures are permitted. On the survey, here is the site. The depth of the adjacent homes varies from 51 feet to 40 feet and 37, 36 feet. The approved plat. And also here again, it shows the existing street center line and how the properties to the east were impacted by the East W.T. Harris Boulevard improvements. The variance criteria, if you want to go over your findings of facts. All right. Because of the hardships would result from the strict application of the ordinance, unnecessary hardships would result from the strict application of ordinance because of the lack of depth of the property, which creates a small building envelope. The hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property because of the shallow depth and small size of the lot that was created by widening of East W.T. Harris Boulevard. The lot has remained unused since that time. Previous to the widening, the depth of the lot was approximately 120 feet as shown on the approved plat when the property was created in 1984. The East W.T. Harris Boulevard improvements impacted the property to the east, including the subject property area. Aerial photos of 2024 and 1978 with a map layer of the existing street center line show the current center line along the eastern edge of the 1978 roadway. The hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant. The hardship results from the parcel being an existing legally conforming lot and was not created by the property owner. The hardship results from the lot shape and size. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance in that the public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The variance would allow the construction of a single-family detached home, and granting the variance will not adversely affect the adjacent or contiguous properties. Granting the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And the applicant proposed a condition that development be limited to a single-family home and associated accessory structures. Here is the sign posted on site, and that is the end of the presentation.
Questions? Thank you very much.
You want to go back to that? Okay. Button is so easy to be pressed.
I know.
My goodness.
And then here the window view, not and then hit, I think it's outline view, under view.
Reading.
Yeah, that one.
Thank you, staff, for your presentation. Again, members of the board, David Murray, here for 2024-053. On this first slide, it would be the parcel shown to the south. It's not highlighted. Again, with me is my client, Olympia and Wright, LLC, owner of the property's AMD Construction Services. Olympia has the property under contract. We're seeking two variances here to renew the front variance, reduce the rear setback variance again from the prior hearing. That's a 22-foot rear setback. It's a 13-foot reduction from what was previously granted. And again, with the conditions of single-family home and accessory structures permitted on each lot. An aerial, now we're focusing on the right side of the cleared area to the back next to all the trees that are kind of shown on that right side fronting W.T. Harris. This is a view of that parcel focused directly on that parcel. It would be the open area straight in the middle of this picture. This was the other parcel that you just ruled upon. This is the plat map. To orient yourselves, the lot that we are focused on now is the lot that's shown to the right. This is slide number 6. Again, an 80-foot depth with a slanting lot line on the southern side, which would be the right, parallel front and rear lines. This is showing a 20-foot rear yard. Again, we're requesting 22-foot rear yard. This slide number 7 is showing the parcel would be the one to the south that's not highlighted. Shows the adjacent properties. There would be no houses to the rear of this property. That would be the rear yard of the adjacent property, as well as to the south, it would be the side yard of the adjacent property that's just barely shown at the bottom of this map. So to differentiate this parcel from the northern parcel is there's not a house behind it. There's not going to be a house behind it. The various variant standards, you know them well by now. That's slide 8. Slide 9, again, unnecessary hardship. We absolutely have a plan. We know what we can build on this lot. The lot that you just approved, it's approved. We do not know the issue with depth. And we looked at 30 plans outside. The issue with depth is the garage. That's the issue. And we need garages on these houses. Not only does it do a couple things, it keeps cars off the road, it keeps them from parking in driveways. The issue with the 30-foot rear yard setback is there's not a lot of designs that have great garage setups with that depth. But with a 22-foot rear yard, there's a lot more flexibility in building a garage that gets vehicles off those driveways for this 20-foot front setback and keeps vehicles from being parked right up on W.T. Harris. So the hardship here is, again, pushing this rear yard back to give more depth for a buildable site. Peculiar to the property, unique shape, impacted by the widening of W.T. Harris, small size. This lot's even smaller than the one next to it. Applicant did not create any of the conditions. And again, with the depth, it keeps vehicles back off W.T. Harris. It keeps the house set back further, allows a garage to be built. And there are no houses immediately adjacent to this, and there will not be based upon the layout of the adjacent lots. So this one stands on its own. It's different than the one that we just heard. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions, but we believe we meet the standards for variance approval, and with the modification of 22-foot for a 38-foot deep house. And so if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
We're still going to use the single driveway.
Yeah, so it's just going to be like a really wide kind of paved driveway area because, like I think it was mentioned before, the DOT doesn't want conflict points. And what conflict point means is not too many entrances close to Markway Drive. So not too many driveways going that direction. So if you can share them, the DOT is not going to deny the right to use the property because they would have to buy it if they did. And this was, it came up, we didn't respond to it before, but this was, the DOT sells lots all the time through surplus auctions. And I think that's what originally happened 2 owners ago. And that's how these parcels came back into private ownership. Plantings, like just an example, trees like along the rear property line, you mean? Have any issue with that?
We have required tree plantings per the new urban forestry standards. But those are typically along the frontages of the lots, not at the rear. But I think in this case, you know, the rear lot line is currently wooded, and that would not be impacted.
I think from the aerial view, the north lot.
This would be the back of the lot that we're talking about now.
Now, the southern lot, keep in mind, that's a 5-foot side yard there. So even if without the variance, 5-foot houses next to each other. The lot to the south. And this aerial actually does a pretty good job of showing that the silt fencing currently does not go to the lot line. It's actually inside of the lot line.
Opposition to this? Okay. And if you'll just state your name again, sir, I would appreciate it.
How do you spell it? Joe Canamella. I have very similar opposition. How can I change the screen?
You can use the arrow keys to go back and forth on the slides. Yeah. I don't know which one you're.
I want to go back to the plot plan. Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me go back. That one. There was one that showed like an outline of my house. I guess this one's pretty close. You can see where my house is clear in this picture right here. I mean, it's looking at that property. The back part of the lot we're talking about now, it's semi-wooded. It's more brush than it is big, tall trees blocking it. But it's still in the view of my backyard. So I'd rather go through everything again. Same thing I argued about in the first lot. I have the same scenario. Now there's going to be 2 houses in my backyard. And it just eliminates my privacy. These lots are less than 1/8 of an acre. And think about it. Once the house is there, there's nothing left except the lack of my privacy. And I don't know. I just don't think it's fair that I have to give up my privacy for the progress of Charlotte. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, the board will now go into deliberations. Anyone with thoughts, please?
I know for me personally, I don't have quite the same concerns with this one, just based on the orientation and the slightly smaller size. I don't have issues with this one.
Okay.
Just really quickly, as a reminder for the board, that if you are looking at anything separate from what's been provided to you, please give the applicant and anybody else that's speaking on the case a chance to respond to any additional evidence you're looking at. And an additional reminder that your deliberations are meant to be heard by the applicant. So if you have any additional comments or any discussion, please state that loudly and clearly for the applicant to hear.
I would say this here, that the screen is considerably smaller than what we normally use, and we have the same picture only on a phone that we can see more clearly for people who are not 21 years old.
Of course, just wanted to make sure that everybody was looking at the same information.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Mr. Williamson, your thoughts?
fact that there's a little more wooded area surrounding that back part of the line that we more inclined to agree with this one.
Mr. Shea, comments? Ms. Sun, you have comments?
Yeah, I'm still deciding whether this or
Well, we can't really think about the last case. We have to just think about this one. And it does back up to a wooded area.
Do we have dimensions on that, like, for comparison, what a typical setback would be versus what we're looking at?
I don't really we don't have a comparison. I think we asked that the last time. There's not a comparison view of what it would be to what it is.
Because with like the way I'm looking at it, the angled orientation of the lot to the, say, the east, it appears to be more than a typical 40-foot from one diagonal. This is what I'm looking at. So.
And it's definitely wider in the front than it is in the back. What do you think, Mr. Shea?
I'm still uncomfortable what I have with Marshall. There's no agency here. I think that you have different circumstances. So, but I have not clarified the thoughts.
All right, I'm going to open this up. Mr. Murray, I just would like you to give me some clarification on why you need another 15-foot reduction. I mean, what makes that so important for this piece of property?
So the lots are really small. Right. So the houses, to have garages, we need some depth on those houses. And so the design of the house has a big impact on that. And so it's really hard to fit in garages on certain shaped lots. And Andrew can explain it further, but he scrolled through 30 plans out there and we couldn't find any that had reasonable garage setups that were of any size that made any marketable sense to compare. He's not trying to put something cheap behind these people's houses. He's trying to put something nice. And you can go with something very basic without a garage, but then you're now running into people parking in driveways next to East W.T. Harris. And so that's the issue is the reason why they built that house to the north and the reason why they built the other house that we showed earlier to the north that are 40 feet deep is because there's a lot of design plans, and Mr. Below can confirm that structurally makes sense with a garage internal so that you have a garage and you have a place to park vehicles. And so that's why we requested 20 feet, but we're requesting 22 because 38 feet is the majority of those plans are showing up at 38 feet. And so On this lot, I don't think we're really planning any accessory structures. So, I mean, if there was some concern about like the condition we had on the other one about having no detached accessory structure in the rear yard, that would apply here too. We can add that here too. I don't think there's any intention of encroaching into the up to the property line on this property to the rear. There's not any on the northern one either. But I got a quick crash course in building houses out there during that break on why the depth, because that was my question, why the depth? And it's because of the garage. And a lot of these garages have a little bit of a recessed area so that the house comes over a little bit to provide some kind of a reset on the garage area. But my understanding is because of the garage, and a lot of the designs just don't have a garage where you park to the rear of the house, or the back of the house is not for front load. And you can't do side load here because the width just doesn't make it work.
As a licensed general contractor, I can say that I could probably add some insight. Depending on the envelope, I don't know how wide these lots are. How wide is this lot?
About 90, I think. Yeah.
Front, 81 at the back, and 83 feet deep along the southern property line, 81.8 at the northern property line.
And 5 foot setbacks.
5 foot on the north and south property line.
Yeah.
You have ability, you could build a house that's someplace around 70 feet long. Right, that math is correct. So you could do side load. Side load makes all your problems go away. We're not here to solve your problems. I'm just saying there are other solutions. At Myers Park, we built houses on 40-foot lots with garages. So it can be done, as I know you know. So there are other solutions that could be had.
I think that's a fair point. We're trying to, build a marketable house for this area in this neighborhood. So it's kind of hard to draw a comparison between a Myers Park house and a house here that would be $300,000 or $400,000. So we personally don't have any side load plans. All of our garages are front load. And I think that is also good in this scenario because that garage is going to block out traffic noise from W2 Harris Boulevard.
But like you said, you don't have side load plans in your library, but they exist.
They do exist.
So in the last case, the variance was 30. So in the 30, they could build an 1110, so 1100 house. But that type of house don't have a garage. Typically, for starting home, of 320K type of house. They're trying to have the garage within the house.
Correct.
For starting home. The side load would increase the construction cost by a lot.
Like I said, that's not important.
Or for the typical plan for this house.
It's going to cost you more concrete, right? So where are you, Amy? Where are you in this?
I sympathize with the neighbor, but I do agree they need to have the right to develop that land that's otherwise not marketable. To say it's, I would support a second.
Is the board closed for deliberation again?
Well, there's still a question for Mr. Murray, so, but if we're finished with questions from Mr. Murray, then we'll close for deliberation so that we can talk about this. And that would come under in this discussion like this. Before we do that, I just want to clarify, we are talking about the rear setback, you were 30 and 15, correct? 22 and 13.
20.
And you have agreed to no detached, accessory structures in the rear yard.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now we're closed for deliberations. All right, so Amy has shared her thoughts. Mr. Williamson or Mr. Davis, you have comments?
I'm just gonna echo what I said previously. I feel like in this case, which is the only one we're considering, that it's the standard.
I would tend to agree with this one. I mean, I do have some concerns still because of 22, but it does back up into a wooded area. I understand about privacy issues. But I also, the length of the lot and the distance from the house, and we put no accessory structures at the property line. I tend to favor approving this. Yes. Mr. Shea, any final thoughts? All right, do I hear a motion to approve this variance as amended? All right, Ms. Sun makes a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Give it a second.
David seconds. All right, Mr. Williamson,
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Shea, Ms. Sun,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Dryden, yes. All right, so the variance is approved as amended to a variance of 22 feet and 13-foot reduction, and no detached accessory structures in the rear yard. All right, let's look at our finding of facts and conclusions of law, and that would amend number 10 and number 11, again changing in to from, and number 19 adding no detached accessory structures in the rear yard. Okay. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law? So, do I hear a second?
Say yes.
Jay, Mr. Williamson,
Williamson, yeah.
Mr. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ms. Sun, Mr. Shea,
Yes.
and Dryden, yes. So finding of facts are approved as amended. Thank you all very much. Okay. All right, we are going to hear the variance at 00054, located at 3200 Monroe Road. And then we will take a small 20-25 minute lunch break. So let's do that one variance. Thank you, gentlemen.
Chairperson Dryden, could we quickly do the continuance for the very last item?
Oh, yes,
That's the only other thing David has on the agenda, and we can he can leave.
Under the variance, ladies and gentlemen, the variance number 2024-0051. They have asked for a continuance. We just have to vote on that. So do I hear a motion to continue? That Mr. Williamson, do I hear a second?
Say yes.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, that will be continued until December?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. That would be December 17th meeting, I believe.
All right. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
that
Have a good one.
reminder. All right, okay, let's do this variance. We are hearing variance 2024-0054 for property located at 3200 Monroe Road.
Okay. This is for variance 2024-00054 for 3200 Monroe Road, LLC, represented by Shad Spencer with Moore and Van Allen for property located at 3200 Monroe Road. It's owned by 3200 Monroe Road, LLC. It's two variance requests from setbacks for ML2 zoning in Article 8.3, Table 8-2 of the UDO. Variance to reduce the front setback on Washburn Avenue from the required 36 feet down to 25 feet, which would be an 11-foot reduction. And a variance to reduce the front setback on Alcott Street from the required 36 feet down to 15 feet, which would be a 21-foot reduction. The vicinity map of the property, again, the corner of Washburn and Monroe Road, kind of southeast of town. It is a triangular shaped property with frontages on all three sides, Monroe Road, Washburn Avenue, and Alcott Street. And according to the ML2 zoning district, setback requirements basically be 36 feet on all the streets. There'd be no rear yards or side yards because it has frontages on all three sides. This is an aerial map of the property showing the site, and there's a close-up aerial showing the existing building on the property. And I'll just note on this image, I don't know, we probably have other images further along, but this area here is the area we're talking about. And you can see there's an extension, and I've got a street view image that shows that a little bit better. Here's the street view image at the corner of Alcott and Washburn. So we're kind of looking out towards Monroe Road at the back side of the building. And you can see that there's that extension of the building here, which is really just a wall at this point. But previously that was an actual part of the structure with a roof and everything that existed. And you can kind of see that again here on the bird's eye, that area that we're talking about at the back of the building. And it's again, two variance requests for the setbacks in ML2 zoning. Variance to reduce the front setback on Washburn Avenue from 36 feet down to 25 feet. And to reduce the front setback on Alcott from 36 down to 15. Here's a survey showing the property and the existing building. And again, the area that we're talking about is right here, and the setbacks we're talking about are the setbacks here and here.
So what are they, is it because they want to leave that there? Back over it? Or?
Yeah, so they want to restore that building to its original state where it had a roof and completed walls. So basically it's a proposed addition to put back it was destroyed by a fire. I think in somewhere 2021. It was under the previous ownership. That portion of the building was destroyed in a fire.
Okay.
And that's number 8 in the findings when we get to that. So you can see that the existing building already has encroachments into those setbacks on both Alcott Street and Washburn Avenue. And the purpose of this variance request would be to restore that portion of the building with an addition to the back, basically taking where those walls are and enclosing it and making it part of the building. This is the 1985 zoning map of the property showing that the lot existed in that configuration historically. And the standards for granting a variance, all 4 of these need to be met. I'll give you a minute to look over the findings. And there's some other historical information in the findings that you'll see. And we'll cover that when we get to the findings of facts. Okay. Unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance because a small portion of the extending from the rear of the building was destroyed by a fire in 2021 when it was under previous ownership. The UDO regulations would prohibit this to be reestablished since it's been more than 18 months since that occurred. The pre-UDO regulations in place at the time the fire occurred would have allowed the proposed extension to be reestablished in the original condition had that owner at the time taken the steps necessary to get building permits to restore it. The pre-UDO zoning was I2 general industrial on the subject site, and I2 zoning district had a 20-foot setback measured from the right-of-way line And for this irregularly shaped lot, the 20-foot setback would have applied to Washburn frontage, and a 10-foot setback, or 1/2 of the required setback, would have applied to the Alcott frontage. The proposed addition is approximately 13 feet from Alcott's Street's right-of-way, which would come 13 feet from the Alcott Street right-of-way. No, 13. And that's so, which complies with the previous 10-foot requirement. The proposed addition is approximately 18 feet from the Washburn right-of-way. So it's 13 from Alcott, 18 from Washington, or sorry, not Washington, Washburn. And that dimension is 2 foot short of meeting the 20-foot requirement from the previous ordinance, but could have been approved with a 2-foot administrative adjustment under that pre-UDO zoning ordinance. Strict application of the current UDO frontage setbacks provisions would create unnecessary hardship and prohibit the reestablishment of relatively small addition to the rear of the existing building within the same general area of the site where the portion of the building was destroyed by a fire, and portions of the previous building walls remain in place from the 2021 fire and are to be incorporated in the proposed addition. Hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property because of the shape of the lot. The site's unique that it's bounded on all 3 sides by road right-of-ways. All setbacks are frontages, and rather than a combination of frontage, side, and rear setbacks. And the site is zoned ML2. The 36-foot frontage setbacks are measured from the future back of curb, which is more restrictive than would be required if the side and rear of the building did not abut streets. And the ML2 required setback is 0, or side setback is 0 feet, and in ML2 the required rear setback is 10 feet. The proposed expansion would comply with the side and rear setback regulations. And the existing building was originally constructed in 1961 and is considered a non-conforming structure since it does not comply with the current UDO standards. The proposed addition will not encroach further into the established frontage setback as already established by the building walls of the existing building along both Alcott Street and Washburn Avenue. And approximately 400 square foot addition will have less of an encroachment into the established setback along Washburn Avenue frontage than the existing building does. The hardship does not result in actions taken by the applicant. The act of purchasing property with knowledge of circumstances that exist that may justify the granting of a variance is not a self-created hardship. The applicant purchased property in May of 2023 in its current condition with the understanding that circumstances exist that may justify the granting of a variance to allow the proposed addition within the area of the portion of the previous building previously destroyed by a fire, which occurred prior to the purchasing of their property. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit and purpose intent of the ordinance, and the public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The existing building was originally constructed in 1961 with building footprint that included the building and general area of the proposed addition. This portion of the building existed up until 2021 when it was destroyed by fire. And the variance would allow for the approximate 400 square foot addition to the existing building within the same general area of the site where the portion of the building was destroyed by fire in 2021. Granting the variance would not adversely affect the adjacent or contiguous properties. The proposed addition will not encroach further into the established frontages along both Alcott Street and Washburn Avenue, and the proposed addition will be located out of any site distance triangles at the intersection of Alcott Street and Washburn Avenue. Granting the variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Here's a picture of the sign placed on the property, and that concludes the presentation, and I'll take any questions.
All right, do I hear a motion to approve? All right, Mr. Williamson has made a motion to approve. And second, Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Ms. Sorensen, yes. Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Stride, yes. So the variance is approved. And now,
The in and from.
and the grammatical areas were reestablished.
To be reestablished, how is it to be restored? Or to be, without the lawyers being paid by the word here.
All right, so you want to be restored or to be reestablished, to be,
We can just take out the B, just extension to reestablish the.
okay, we prohibit, regulations would prohibit this. No, that doesn't work.
No, I'm looking at the very end. Last sentence.
Oh, the last sentence.
A proposed extension to be reestablished the original condition. We just. took out-
Okay, let's take out B, okay. So it would read, would have allowed the proposal, proposed extension to be established, to be reestablished.
To.
In the original condition, or to the original condition.
If we take out B, we could just leave the rest of that.
Okay. Okay, all right.
And also results from number 8 to the 7.
Richard results, yes, from instead of in.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so we corrected number 8. Any other corrections? All right, we need a motion to approve. Thank you, Ms. Sun. Do I hear a second? Mr. Williamson? Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Ms. Sun? Mr. Davis? Yes. Dryden, yes. Approved as amended. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief 20 to 25-minute recess for lunch. 1:15 we'll reconvene. Thank you for your patience and your attention. Kamisha, one other thing on our last case, we approved the conditions of law. We need to fix number 2, the reduction of the 35-foot to 22 and 13 instead of 20 and 15.
I've got it.
You got it, you got it,
When they
okay.
send me the minutes, I will take a look and make sure that everything matches.
Okay, that's the only thing. I mean, we didn't say it. I knew it, we approved it later on in the minutes, but not in that space. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Board, let's have lunch.
For those that aren't members of the board, would you like to go down to the second?
Board members that are calling in, I can tell you, and other staff, you guys are calling in.
There's also show Mars, I guess, too, in the lobby.
Yeah, time for show Mars.
Ready to show Mars? Okay.
We just have to give you an escort back up here to do that.
Where's the food?
Sometimes people think something else is going on. But I get it.
Because it's figured that that's the thing.
Yeah.
They've submitted it instead of the original.
That makes sense.
Gotcha. We had advised before we submitted the agenda.
I didn't say anything, but like, I know he's talking about it, like, we just kind of like, we're continuing to get it. It'll be a good reason.
I'm talking official stuff. Or y'all just talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about you.
Oh, I'm sure. We had asked them to work.
What's that ice place? The sandwiches and the chips.
Yeah, you guys, yeah.
I'm kind of hoping you through the
Yeah, that's not bad. That was sort of like, I was thinking about all the other stuff that was happening with the 2
And I'm not
companion
used to that.
cases.
Pretty solid. It's people that just throw those for no reason at all.
Yeah,
So
that our
for
rules
us
of
to have-
procedure require them to provide a reason and to have a reason.
It's all in one parcel.
Him just asking to continue because he didn't want to sit here until 3 o'clock
Well,
is
that's
probably
not why. The reason why they continued was that they
Said
need
he
part
wanted
of
us,
that
but it's right across
that
45.
process. And so
The statute just
it's
says
in
across
review by staff.
So he's gonna add to his application essentially?
Yeah, they're gonna
it's
request
just
a
a
parking
bump.
reduction.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna request a
Yeah.
variance.
So the threshold for you, but
Are you working with Holly? You're working with Holly? Okay.
yes.
Why would he even submit the application if the process was?
Well, he had already
They
seen it
are-
before we told him to go through a parking reduction.
Got it, he didn't know. that he
Yeah,
could
but it's not
get-
something.
How you doing?
It's
you.
Why don't we just have this go through a reduction? That way it's now after the variance is less.
Could they get what they need for the reduction
There's
piece?
still gonna be like 5 small of those parking spaces short of the kids. It'll be like, with the parking reduction, it's like, that's the amount of variance they need.
Also, if you're in the EJ, but if you're in the city limits, which you think would be the opposite. I mean, what the
Yeah.
We're worried about reduction.
Right. It is odd, but Solomon said this is important.
And they got some.
Not sure how we're gonna write that one up yet.
I'm just curious.
And there are some environmental factors on the site that maybe justify it, so.
It does, if they trying to go grab something. I don't know where those
I'll show you.
stuff is.
Um,
I know that this is safe.
Yeah.
The lot sizes keep getting smaller and smaller.
So
Yeah.
that's the only reason for it, but it's a commercial site, so there'll be services. Got fired, you never fired.
Well, I mean, and did you see that?
I love it.
We can't talk about it because they won't let you, but that's gonna be a hazard for those people who buy those houses. There's school boards, know exactly where it is.
So I saw the beginning of it, and I'm like, this, I started late on
The traffic goes
I'm
100
not
miles
worried
an hour.
about it. And
Speed limit's
so then I'm
45 and they go 55 or 60. It is a flat stretch between, because that stretches between, where Sharon Avenue comes in.
Yeah.
And before you get to Robinson Church Road, I mean, not Robinson Church, but, Marvin, yeah, where the hospital is. Yeah, Plaza Extension. I mean, it is, it is hard enough trying to turn into a post office. It's just. Even when they go wrong, how do you try to? Because you're not gonna be able to back out on the US Boulevard, you're gonna have to figure out a way to turn your car around the driveway. And there's no way, absolutely no way. That's where you get your car, in the street.
No, I'm not. Yeah.
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 You know, there was one day last year, the year before.
Please do that.
Oh, it's never gonna happen.
So we went up there anyway. That's when my whole turning cars. Yeah. Because it was. Yeah. So old. Anyway, it was this women thing that I found out.
He was more like, wanting to find out more information. Then he asked them, she held
Had a radio voice. Yeah, anyway. So anyway, so yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is California. Drinks. December, we'll fly out there at 12. The cruise starts on the 15th. It's 15, 16, 7. It's a week, 7. They're all going to be small. Hollow. We're going south.
Yeah, he was, pretty close to where that person.
Right. I've never been to that part of the world. The doors. That part makes sense.
Not, it's the lower April one of them more.
Was it at least 10? I was like,
Oh, let's take a second. Good. I thought I got, this says chicken Caesar salad. This is definitely not chicken Caesar salad. I didn't know that. No, it's like Southwest. So you might have Southwest.
That's okay. I think that's usually what I get from this anyway.
And then the slab.
Huh?
Maybe you won some sort of sweepstakes.
Yeah.
Found the Southwest.
It is Southwest.
They just labeled it chicken Caesar.
Yeah, we looked at. There's 3 weeks we looked at. We were one of them. Don't go with Christmas or the week after. It's like, it was. Same attendance. Like, crazy. So I'm never gonna go week before. I think I only miss this like a day or 10 or something. Because I think like 18.
Whatever. So we did have, the first 5 years we lived there, they gave our van.
It's educational.
The corner of our van.
You can be like,
we can make him run.
So my husband,
I'm
on
learning
the side
about
of the
that
house,
part of the world.
next to the driveway. He doesn't allow.
Just.
It's my name on mine. Well, I ordered the chicken salad wrap.
Come back to the rezone.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
People been asking me.
And I thought, like.
We talked about that already.
Yeah. Well, you should.
Because our house.
Do it.
Day meeting's better.
To 258 or something like that. Was it working? Old school. Then he said he forgot he had it.
We took the name off the.
I know it's got apple. Yeah, my children. They
They mislabeled their chicken Caesar salad.
Uh-oh.
Chicken Caesar wrap.
Southwest.
Oh, all right.
I'm good with that. Helps get a little something.
Yeah.
They've got a beautiful house. And then. Let's see, it's been 6 years ago. They remodel.
Do we know what property
And
that
the
guy
remodel will cost almost more than half.
No, he's just one of the ones that.
So they added, when they finished the attic, and they two bedroom,
Somebody I talked to. Yeah, you know.
too bad.
Yeah, he owns two of the houses there. But given he's got it in an LLC, he has a marriage. Did he say what?
Both. He proposed, but he was only proposed different certain. It's like, there's one guy over there that's a drug dealer, so he deals something out right there.
Yeah.
Low radar. So, sir, you can't do it by.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have this, our stuff.
I live here just to give information. And listen and learn. Yeah. And depending on what we heard, that was just how it was.
Well, it sounds good when you start. When you're halfway through
Okay.
I have to lead up because we're considered to them.
Where is your house? No. You're lucky you didn't get fresh by the flood.
You did?
I did too.
My neighbor's house is broken down.
Do we have to call ahead to get the box lunch? I mean, that's.
Volunteer to serve on the Board of Adjustment.
Oh, okay.
Alternate compliance review board.
So that is a volunteer. Do they have trouble
Yeah. Any volunteer board always has trouble getting spots filled. It's for government purposes. Not for this board, but some other boards we do.
Now that you guys have gotten like really deep into the garages, like might as well.
Child, you said, I bet you can't go over $10 a foot. You didn't ask guys to look.
This sounds like a different matter altogether.
I still have the original 1973.
The guys that worked with these guys for 20 years, father, son.
It's hard for me now to look at the garage. There's no button.
You don't have it. You don't have a
1973, they didn't give button.
They had electricity back then or what?
They didn't put button garage doors on. Well, like this back here.
Was your garage trouble? So, I know this is it.
I wouldn't want to see.
Are the lights in the seal?
No. I have a room above it.
The electrician didn't help with that. Right, electrician's first.
That was.
Not that we know of.
This guy, he left. Basically, I have 3 cases, and they're all recommended. Yeah, he said he had a previous appointment, that he forgot about, so he left. And this one, we've already been to the regular agenda, and they came and said somebody was opposition to it. They didn't approve. And we got 3, so. We have 2-ish. 3?
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3. There you go, 5 minutes total.
This lot and that lot. Okay. Doing it's Pompeii Enterprises. So, okay. So it sounds like you're saying to be buying the property. out in this area. Want to make sure it wasn't, you know. So,
Okay. Did you say who that was?
no, I didn't. But
Yeah, I was looking. He said that, you know. Excuse me.
too big. At least compared to the house. But just figure it out. 1200. There's no reason why they couldn't do it all now. This garage that goes in like that. Two-story tall. How tall they need to be.
I don't understand when you post different points. I mean, they're less expensive. I love hardware.
I guess it's like, you know, restrictions. Which is where a lot of people do cardboard. We put it like ours. We wanted to do a cardboard.
First one.
Yeah. We have a garage on the side of the house. It's defense. It's on the property line. It's basically it's not a structure. Yeah. We'd love to hear about building new ones. So I'm sure about it. But we can. And, it would help shield the view of their backyard from the views of our side windows. So it kind of acts as a screen. We would design it where the gate was facing the street for the gate lines rather than neighboring property. So like trees, there would be windows on the upper story that would face the neighbors, but we don't have money to build another one. So we don't know anyway. So I tried to like $100,000 project. But she, for that price, I should have bought the second house back in 2008. Because that's how much we paid for it. Don't have $2,008 in it. You know, those little plastic.
And cause you want to.
So you double class? You would know that?
How's that? So they talk about school meetings and all that. So you want to like air blows out, right? Yes. She's looking at the landlord of the city. Pretty young, energetic.
Yeah. Me? That's just good enough for me. I don't know, he left. Where'd John go? He stepped out for a second. Everybody was here. John was here and they left. You want to get off. Messing up my plan here. There, John.
Sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to reconvene the meeting. Thank you. So now we are going to hear variance request 2024-00055 for property located at 4800 Wedgewood Drive.
Okay. Variance 2024-00055, Sharon Academy Properties LLC, represented by Jason Dolan with Timmons Group, for property located at 4800 Wedgewood Drive, owned by Sharon Academy Properties LLC. Variance to Article 20, Table -20-2 and 20-3 to reduce the 25-foot landscape yard to a width of 12.5 feet along the northeastern and western boundaries, and to reduce the 25-foot landscape yard to 4 feet wide, and to modify the plantings from 6 trees to 8 trees and the shrubs from 58 to 36 along the northwestern boundary. Here's a vicinity map of the property, corner of Wedgewood and Tyvola Road next to Marion Deal Park, and south of Woodlawn Boulevard, or sorry, Woodlawn Road. Here's a zoning map of the property. It's zoned IC1, which is institutional campus, and the abutting zoning to the north is N1B, and also across Wedgewood. Here's an aerial map of the property. Here's a close-up aerial showing the existing buildings on the property and the existing parking area. This is a street view image. I believe this is a little bit out of date because I think they've reconfigured the parking slightly in this area, but it does show the existing buildings on the property and the parking area in general. And then some site images that are relevant to the request here is the existing fence and parking, the edge of the parking lot, and the distance here, that's the 4 feet where the 4-foot variance request is to reduce that landscape yard from 25 feet down to 4 feet. And then this would be the corner of, so this is looking out at Wedgewood, it's over here to the right of this image. And then that 4-foot of landscape yard extends all the way to this corner here. And then from here down is where they're requesting it to go to 12 and I think it was it 12.5 feet? Yes, 12.5 feet along that line.
Wasn't this just built?
I'm not sure when the renovations occurred. There was an existing building that was renovated and some additional buildings that were constructed on the site. And that happened within the last year or two, I believe. they're proposing a new building, and that triggers the UDO requirements. Whereas before, what they have out there met the previous ordinance when the work that was done previously was done under the previous ordinance. And then lastly is the landscape yard along this back fence line here, which would also be reduced from 25 feet to 12.5 feet. This is the Charlotte Future 2040 policy map, and it recommends neighborhood 1 place type for the subject site and the surrounding residential properties. Mariondale Park is recommended for parks and preserves. And the variance request again from table 20-30, which requires a 25-foot Class B landscape yard. And table 20-2 deals with the planting requirements. The request is reduce that from 25 feet to 12.5 feet along the northeastern and western boundaries, and then reduce the landscape yard down to 4 feet wide along the northwestern boundary, and then to modify the plantings from 6 to 8 trees and 58 shrubs to 36 shrubs. Here's the kind of a site plan. This shows the proposed new building located behind the existing building, and to the right of the existing parking field that kind of goes towards the back of the property, and the areas where the landscape yard would be triggered. And what's shown in gray with this dashed line here is where the buffer or the landscape yard would extend if the variance were not granted. And you can see that it would eliminate this drive aisle here, because this parking lot's been reconfigured to where the parking spaces no longer face the property to the north. They all face south now here, and there's a drive aisle. So it would eliminate the space for the drive aisle, and then it would eliminate all the parking spaces along this entire side of the parking field here, and eliminate their location of the existing dumpster at the northern corner. And what's highlighted in green shows the area where they're going to be requesting those adjustments along the northeastern, western landscape yards to 12.5 feet, and the northwestern landscape yard to 4 feet. So this is Wedgwood, and this is Tyvola down here off the screen. And it kind of just go back to the aerial real quick. So again, Wedgwood and Tyvola, this is where the 4-foot landscape yard is. This is 12.5 feet, and that would be 12.5 feet.
Where's the driveway?
The driveway is here. So this angle parking that you can see here has been reconfigured to where it's now facing towards Tyvola, and that there's a drive aisle that comes out that driveway. And then that driveway then connects up to this parking over here to the back of the
So where's the new building?
It would be here.
Here.
And there's an existing building here that would be demolished for the construction of the new building. This is just a few zoomed in images of the proposed landscaping that they have out there to be maintained, and existing fences. So they're basically proposing to keep all the existing landscaping and fencing that's out there that was required to be installed when they did the previous work in renovations and building additions under the previous zoning ordinance. And then they would be, it also shows where they'd be installing proposed new landscaping and shrubbery to try to accommodate some of the requirements of the UDO, primarily along in this image here. This says, I know you probably can't read this, but proposed large maturing evergreen trees are indicated here. And then proposed small maturing evergreen trees are indicated as well. And so those are along that kind of northwestern property boundary. These are the standards for granting a variance. Again, all 4 of those need to be met. And I'll give you a minute to look over the findings of fact before I continue through those in the presentation.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this?
Don't believe so. We had quite a few of the neighbors contact us interested in the request, and what we heard kind of unanimously from everybody was that they support the variance request. However, they want to make sure that they maintain access to their backyard because particularly this property owner here, the corner, they have an existing fence at their back property line. And then I think one of the neighbors, these neighbors up here also have fences.
The north side.
Yeah. So they have fences here as well. And because the Sharon Academy installed the fence whenever they did their previous work, there's an area of land between the two that's on Sharon Academy's property that's part of the previously required buffer. And there's an agreement between Sharon Academy and those neighbors to have access because they have gates into their backyards. And so basically all of the property owners agreed that they wanted to be able to maintain access through that area to their backyards. So they were concerned about any plantings that would be proposed blocking that access potentially. And so what they asked is, would the applicant be willing to plant all of the plantings, the new plantings, on their side of their fence? And I would suggest that you all may want to ask the applicant if they would agree to that condition as part of the variance request. Correct. Because the UDO would require those plantings to be spread throughout the landscape yard. Any other questions, or shall I continue? Okay. So unnecessary hardship would result from the strict application of the ordinance. Hardship is a result of the strict application of the ordinance because the installation of the required landscape yards would require the removal of parking and vehicular maneuvering space. The hardship does result from conditions that are particular to the property. Hardship results from conditions to the property because the property is zoned IC1 for institutional use, developed with existing buildings and a parking lot, and the lot is an L shape, which results in landscape yards being triggered along 3 property lines. Hardship does not result from actions taken by the applicant. Parking area adjacent to Wedgwood Drive has been in its current location since at least 1978, when it was Wedgwood Baptist Church, constructed in 1958. And the parking area behind the single-family homes fronting Wedgwood has been in its current location since at least 2014, and then Sharon Academy didn't acquire the property until 2020. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance, and that the public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The applicant is improving the existing conditions abutting the N1 place type by maintaining the existing fence and landscape plantings and providing additional plantings where feasible. Applicant has noted that the plans and fence gates access to the neighbors' backyards would remain. Any new plantings will be placed to maintain access and functionality of gates, and granting the variance will allow the existing parking and drawway functionality to remain. Here's a picture of the sign on the property, and concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions if you have any. Right. And the applicant did agree to, even after that, those concerns were raised, the applicant has agreed to a condition, and they've noted on the plans that the fence gate access to the neighbors' backyards would remain. Any new plantings would be placed to maintain access and functionality of the gates. But I think the clarifying piece of that would be that the new plantings be placed on the Sharon Academy side of the fence. And I haven't gotten confirmation from the applicant if they agree to that specific change to the condition. Yes, I believe Jason Dolan for the applicant is here.
So really briefly, for the members of the board, my understanding is this case is on the recommendation agenda, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this condition that's been stated by the neighbors a condition that is staff required, or is this something that staff is passing along from the neighbors? It
was passed along from staff from the neighbors to the applicant, And that's when we added agreed to add the condition number 15. And so we're just passing along the modification to that condition that the plantings be placed on the applicant's side of the fence.
So to be clear, staff wants this particular condition.
Yes, we would if the applicant is agreeable.
If the board would like to hear from the applicant as to that, you can take the case off the recommendation agenda and hear it fully, but generally when you're hearing cases on your recommendation agenda, unless there's opposition or unless you want to open the case for a full hearing, you wouldn't need to hear from the applicant. In this case, it sounds like there's an additional condition that may have come up during the hearing as opposed to before it. So it may be to the benefit of the board to hear from the applicant as to the modified condition.
I would like to hear from the applicant so that we can modify the conclusions of law and find an effect. All right, excuse me, sir, let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, if you'll state your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Jason Dolan, J-A-S.
Brian Crutchfield, V-R-I-A-N, last name C-R-U-T-C-H-F-I-E-L-D.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dolan, thank you.
So the response to the immediate question about the landscaping, I don't think we're against it. The question would be, can we fit it? If it needs to be on the Sharon Academy side of the Sharon Academy fence, I'm not sure there's enough space between the fence and the parking lot to place all that's required. I think this is to be the 12.5-foot side.
It'd be in the 12.5-foot side. It's the bottom picture that we have here. So basically that area between the parking lot and the fence is where the neighbors would prefer to have the landscaping be. Staff, from a staff perspective, we don't really have an objection one way or the other, provided that, obviously we want whatever plantings that are provided to be able to survive and thrive. So if there's not space between the parking and the fence, then we would say, okay, then place the plantings on the other side of the fence, but make sure that access is maintained to the neighbors' properties.
And that was the note that we had added on the amended plan.
So your comment is that it won't fit. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that there is enough space to, as John said, successfully plant and maintain what will be required to meet the landscape yard.
What is the distance from the curb to the fence? That's not 12 now.
No, it's not. It's probably closer to 6 feet.
That's the issue.
Correct.
But part of it, I guess, is the fence currently placed is, I think, 9.5 to 10 feet from the existing property line. There's that barrier between the owner's property line and the fence that there are plantings there currently. And again, we're just trying to be neighbors, which is why they're supporting the thing, why we give them access to the fence and all as well. But they just want us to make sure that that's adequately maintained. And there's no problem with additional growth in that area. That's from their standpoint. They got a fence, they have a fence they're blocking them. Now they're going to put more bush and things on that side of the fence as well. So they're just concerned. They want to make sure everything is done with good taste and maintained well. And so the easier it is to get to and all. But the fence wasn't there.
Them access if you plant there.
Well, again, there's existing gates in the fence. And again, the proposal is that there would be access points through the plantings to allow those continued access. Again, we're trying to give them what they currently have, the access and all that.
So we would provide clear pathways between both sets of gates so that they could go back and forth.
So you don't have an objection to it. Staff does not have an objection.
No, and staff was in support of the variance request before the condition was even added. When the neighbors contacted us about that concern, we reached out to the applicant and said, hey, sounds like the neighbors would like to see this added. Would you agree to it? They said yes. So they added the next plans, and staff is comfortable with that as a condition that as it is currently. If we want to modify it to change the wording, that's fine as well.
What I'm confused about, Mr. Dolan was talking about, is not being able to get 56 plants or something, or 36.
Yeah, it's 36 shrubs and 8 trees.
Is that your concern as well?
Yes, more like to the trees, to be able to fit the trees where there's already some existing crepe myrtles into that narrow planting strip. That would be a challenge for those to thrive.
So,
Correct. That's right.
And I'll just add a couple other points about it too. Under the previous ordinance, buffers required the fence to be on the inner half of the buffer. So that's why the fence is running right down the middle of that previously required buffer, as opposed to being on the property line or at the edge of the parking lot. So that the location of the fence really restricted where plantings could be provided now under the UDO. And so that's why there's like that weird amount of space on either side of the fence. And you can see those existing trees and crepe myrtles on the back side of the fence between the two fences. So they can't, without cutting out those trees, they can't relocate the fence to be closer to the property.
Well, first of all, thank you to Mr. Bill and Mr. Crutchfield for being good neighbors. It's actually a joyous thing to hear that once in a while. So I'm confused about I'll do whatever staff wants to do. I'll support whatever staff wants to do here. If the real number is 1 tree and 16, I don't care. I just want to make sure that what you just said before is whatever goes in there lives and survives. But it sounds like the 36 and the number of trees that you mentioned are a challenge.
Right. I just want to make sure that what is approved when we go to submit for our land development permit, we can meet that. And if we can't plant between the 2 fences, it's going to be difficult to meet those shrub and tree plantings.
So one option could be to not require new trees to be provided and only do shrubs, and say that the shrubs have to be on their side of the fence. Since that seems like the main concern is the trees, or reduce the number of trees required. Instead of 8, you reduce it down to, a couple or something like that.
But if you have any existing trees, I guess, I think there's like 6 currently along that L-shaped border.
Yeah.
So, given those existing trees, it's close to what you are considering.
We don't have anyone I don't think we have any neighbors here present. So unfortunately, we can't ask them, hey, would you rather see additional trees planted or maintain the access? So, because one option could be just kind of keep it the way it is. But, without having the neighbors here, I don't want to speak for them.
I can tell you what they've said, what they hear.
Right, exactly.
Mr. Kinley, just to clarify, under the current conditions that have been set through through staff's proposed findings of fact, would there be sufficient space to fit the required trees, or is that only if the board were to pass the variance with the requirement that the trees be planted on their side of the fence?
There is sufficient space to provide the trees if the trees are provided on the far side.
On either side.
Basically between, I don't know if you can really see it, but there's a fence here, and then there's their fence here. So there's space to provide trees if you kind of stagger them. Is that?
Yeah, I was going to go back to, so the darker items are what we have proposed as planting. Some of the lighter screened symbols are what's existing.
This would be existing.
So we're supplementing what's existing.
This is existing. This would be new. This would be new. That would be new. That would be new.
And so just to clarify, the comment that there wouldn't be sufficient space for the proposed trees to be planted would not be feasible if the variance was only for allowing the trees to be planted on the school side of the fence, correct?
Correct.
And that is a condition that is being proposed by neighbors. However, the neighbors are not here to advocate or present.
Correct.
I don't know, what are the neighbors, you say they have access to that piece of property, no man's land. What do they have, what is the, that they access? You said there's a gate there. What is, I mean, I'm just curious.
Tennis balls, football,
Soccer, you know,
ball.
if I may, the two neighbors who currently have gates have put in gates on, again, their corresponding properties to like pull a trailer through there to specifically, there's a gate right about here that they can actually drive through from our fence that they open up their gate as well, and they actually can pull into their backyard. They actually one time had an event back there, they backed up the trailer and loaded a big playhouse.
So you actually have gates on your fence too?
Yeah, we provide them access to our parking lot to get to their property. So again, being good neighbors, we're trying to, additionally, the property back here has a chain link fence. We put a corresponding gate in our fence to allow them to have access to their backyard. So we're trying to,
I couldn't figure out why they wanted access to that small.
No, they were looking to get from our parking lot into their backyards.
Okay.
So gentlemen, what are you comfortable with the planting requirements?
I like to do nothing idea. Who said that?
Well, from this, it says that they will have access to the neighbor's backyards will remain, and any new planting will be placed to maintain access and functionality of the gates. So even if they put it on the other side, you're not gonna put it so that it blocks the gates. The gates will still be able to be open.
Right. John, sorry, John. How do the neighbors know about the plantings?
They received the plan, I think, as part of
They're
the.
able to get the site plan. Publicly accessible. So when they looked at the site plan, they, were looking at the placement of the proposed plantings in correspondence to their, backyards and wanting to say, just want to make sure that we can still get access through to that area. And I do think that the note that they've added speaks to that, maintaining that. So,
Not to muddy waters, but again, gentleman who's in the second house down contacted me again, not through you, John, but well, he did he's actually put grass in the back part of that between his property line and the fence. And so the guy mows his yard, does all those things currently, and we have to dig up what grass to put back there to put in bushes and plantings, which again, he knows we have to meet the current ordinances, but obviously right now he's got a yard back there. So he was concerned about that when I talked to him over the phone, but nevertheless, what do we have to do to make sure it's compliance, and any modifications we make would be, of course, agreeable to him as well. But he also liked, be able to get that back part of his yard.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah, they want to keep you in the loop. I get that because they like having that access.
From a staff perspective, the variance request and the condition that they already have is perfectly fine. Everything's fine from the staff perspective. The way it is.
Number 50.
Yes.
And just to provide some guidance and caution to the board, the neighbors are not here to provide testimony, so any information you receive about what they've said or what they would like is hearsay. And while you may consider hearsay in your determinations, you would not be allowed to make a decision based solely upon hearsay testimony.
Right, so back to the 58 to 36 along the northwestern boundary, staff required 7 agreed from 58 to 36.
Yeah, that was what they proposed in their landscape plans. Yes.
Mr. Bill and Mr. President.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. Utilizing the full 12.5 feet of width.
So I'm sorry if I'm slow. The 36 though, is that what you said you were uncomfortable that maybe?
It's more the trees.
Eight trees.
8 trees.
The ordinance requires 6 new trees to be installed. They were going to propose 8 trees to be installed because the ordinance requires 58 shrubs. They're reducing the number of shrubs down to 36.
John, if I could add, that's also to offset what we weren't able to plant along this narrow 4-foot strip.
And so if the board agreed to waive the need for the trees and keep the 36 bushes, would staff support
that?
Is there a number, Johnny, that helps?
I think I would feel comfortable with saying 6 trees because that's what the ordinance requires, rather than increasing the number of trees that are required.
Could we modify that to be 6 understory or ornamental trees?
You can do small maturing trees, 6 small maturing trees.
You guys okay with that?
Anything we can work with?
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with the small maturing trees if they're in that strip between the fence and the parking lot than if we were needing to put in canopy trees.
We're thinking that we would put all the plantings still on the side of the fence.
That's what it sounds like, yes.
And again, as long as we can make it work, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we can double stack the shrubs in between the trees and still leave those gaps for the fence.
And you know, as we've talked about in other cases, small maturing tree maxes out about 15 feet in height. So that would be the top of the tree would be extending above the fence, which would provide screening for the neighbors.
All right, if you guys are agreeable to that, then we will say that to modify the plantings, we're not gonna modify the plantings. We're gonna say that we're gonna put in 6.
Modify the planting to provide 6 small maturing trees and shrubs from 58 to 36. And then if you want to look at the location, then you need to add that as well.
No, I think if we look, I'm speaking for me. If we modify, I can see if they modify, just leave it at 6 trees, which is what's required. And then continue with their ability to avoid the gates, the gate access. If you think that's functional, Mr.
Yes,
do that.
I believe we can.
Then I am agreeable to approving the name. I think that's a good idea. Good modification. All right, any other questions for Mr. Dolan or Mr. Crutchfield or Mr. Kinley? All right, we will now go into deliberations. Do I hear a recommendation to approve this variance with the amendment to 6 small maturing trees?
Number 8.
Or number 8, yes,
Yep.
number 8.
6 small maturing trees, taking out the 2 8 trees.
Right, taking out the 2 8 trees. So it will read to modify the plantings to, not from, but to 6 small maturing trees.
Mm-hmm.
And the shrubs from 58 to 36.
Yep.
Along the northwestern boundary. And then in number 15, we're gonna leave as is. The applicant has noted on the plans that the fence gate access to the neighbor's backyards will remain, and any new plantings will be placed to maintain access and functionality.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
We need to clarify this on one side of the fence, I'm sorry.
Purposely or not.
We purposely or not, we're taking your word that you're going to put them on your side.
Okay, want to make sure we did it.
If you would like us to put it in there, we can.
John, you better answer that.
I feel like we should, because when we get to our land development submittal, the urban forester may ask us to take advantage of that space if there's something specific that not to.
Not to cut your legs out, but if you get this developed and you don't put in 36 trees and they count, because you couldn't get them in, you're gonna cause them real pain. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that's so.
I think that, I mean, pretty much you're saying that you're gonna give the neighbors access. Yeah, if you want it more explicit, but again, that really ties your hands because in case you can't fit them and you're not gonna be able to put them on the other side, you put it in this side.
We'll be. Yeah, I think so too. We'll be. I think we're better off having the clarification going into the landscape review.
So 15 says the applicant has noted on the plans, the fence gate access to neighbors' backyards will remain, and any new plantings will be placed on the Sharon Academy, yes. Sharon Academy.
Chairperson Jordan, which finding are you modifying?
15.
And where is the modification?
Well, it's gonna say the applicant has noted on the plans that fence gates access to neighbors' backyards will remain, and any new planting will be placed on the, Sharon Academy property.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Side of the fence, if we can clarify that this year.
You guys are closed for deliberation at this point, I'm assuming? Or are you still open and taking testimony from individuals?
Instead of,
We're still close, go ahead.
we said the Sharon Academy property, we really need to say the Sharon Academy side of the fence.
Side of the fence, okay. Side of the existing fence. Okay, so let me read it again. All right, so it'll read now, the applicant has noted on the plans that the fence gate access to neighbors' backyards will remain, and any new planting will be placed on the Sharon Academy side of the existing fence. Is that it?
Agreed.
Agreed? Okay, all right.
I make a motion to approve with the number 8 and 15 modifications to approve the variance.
Okay. Some seconds. Do I hear, all right, Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ms. Sun?
Yes.
Mr. Shea?
Shea, yes.
Stratton, yes. So it is approved as amended. All right, do I hear finding of facts?
Davis has another grammatical.
Okay, which one is it?
Number 1, parcels should be singular. Sorry.
Yes, the applicant. Parcel. Did you get that, guys?
Yes. In number 9, do you want to change of to from? I don't know grammatically if it matters.
The hardship.
Hardship result as a result from strict application of the ordinance instead of.
The
result of is.
I don't have any concerns with that from my standpoint.
All right, thank you. So we'll just leave it. So we amended number 1, we amended number 8, and we amended number 15. Okay. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the finding of facts and conditions of law as amended?
Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Do I hear a second? Mr. Sun. All right, Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Shea?
Shea, yes.
Ms. Sun? Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Stratton, yes. So they're approved as amended. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and before we'd like
Have a good
to
one.
welcome
Thanks, Sean.
Senator Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, who has joined us. All right. Moving on now to variance 2024-00056 at property located at 2901 and 2905 Monroe Road.
Okay. This is variance 2024-00056, Brown's Owl Fuel Oil Company and Marie Jane D. Pierce, represented by Jason Cowan for properties located at 2901 and 2905 Monroe Road, and owned by Brown's Owl Fuel Company and Marie Jane Pierce. It's 3 variance requests to reduce landscape yards and front setbacks for ML2 zoning. A variance to Article 8.3, Table 8-2, to reduce the required front setback from 36 feet down to 20 feet, which would be a 16-foot reduction along Monroe Road and Bramlett Road. A variance to Article 20, Table 20-3 and 20-2 to reduce the 40-foot Class A landscape yard down to a 25-foot Class B landscape yard, which would be a 25-foot reduction along the northern and eastern property lines. And then a variance to Article 20, Table -20-3 and Table -20-2 to reduce the 25-foot Class B landscape yard down to 20 feet, a 5-foot reduction along Bramlett Road. Here's a vicinity map of the property. It's 2 parcels at the corner of Monroe Road and Bramlett Road, next to Chantilly or near Chantilly Park. Again, here's the 2 properties currently zoned ML2, and you can see that there's N2B zoning to the north and east, and then it's not labeled, but on the west side of Bramlett, on the other side of Bramlett is ML1 zoning, and then on the south side of Monroe Road is more ML2 zoning. So these 2 little parcels on the north side of Monroe Road are lumped in with the ML2 zoning that's on the south side of Monroe. Here's an aerial view of the property. It's currently vacant. There's a multifamily development to the north and east, and then a commercial, I think it's a towing business on the west side across Bramlett Road, and then commercial office uses, I think, on the south side of Monroe Road. And there's a close-up aerial showing the property vacant. Here's a street view. It's hard to see on the street view image, but where this blurriness is, that's Bramlett Road over on the left-hand side of the image, and we're standing on Monroe Road looking towards the property. No, I think it's about the property line. I think is somewhere around where the utility pole is, because it's hard to see, but there's a shadow of the utility pole right here. So it's about to where the utility pole is. It's very, very small. I'm sorry? Yeah, this is an apartment complex, the Rao Apartments, and the applicant, this is a separate parcel, so it's both of these parcels together. The GIS doesn't let you click on more than one at once. Here's a bird's eye image, again, just showing the property is vacant. This is a Charlotte 2040 policy map. The subject parcel, the multifamily parcel, and the towing business property on the other side of Bramlett, all recommended for neighborhood 2 place type. And then on the south side of Monroe Road is property, I think it's Community Activity Center on the south side of Monroe Road. But again, this is on ML1. This is all ML2. This is ML2, and this is N2B zoning. And here's a street view of those uses. Again, the towing business on the other side, opposite of the street corner of Bramlett, and then the abutting multifamily to the rear. The bottom picture is if you're on Bramlett looking towards the multifamily. So the site is over here where these bushes are. So the 3 variance requests are to reduce landscape yards and the front setback for the ML2 zoning. The first variance is to the table or Article 8.3, Table 8-2, which is to reduce the front setback from 36 feet down to 20 feet. Should be a 16-foot reduction along Monroe Road and Bramlett Road. So I think next slide. So because it's got frontages on 2 sides, both of those are considered front setbacks. So 36-foot front setback is required from both street frontages to the site. A variance to Article 20, Table -20-3 and 20-2 to reduce the 40-foot Class A landscape yard down to a 25-foot Class B landscape yard, 15-foot reduction along the northern and eastern property lines. And that is due to the neighborhood 2 place type. That would be back here and to the side. So again, a 40-foot Class A landscape yard is required because of the ML2 zoning. The UDO does not distinguish between the developing or proposed use or the zoning or uses of the property. It's strictly all ML2 development requires that 40-foot Class A landscape yard for a parcel this size.
So what's the picture to the right?
So the right is illustrating what their building envelope essentially would be if the variance were granted. So again, 36-foot frontage setbacks reduced down to 20 feet, and then reducing that 40-foot Class A landscape yards here and here to 25 feet landscape yards. And then the last one is a landscape yard that's triggered when any development that is across the street in ML2 from a neighborhood 2 place type. So there's actually a landscape yard required along Bramlett because of the neighborhood 2 place type of the towing business. So that's the last variance request, Article 20, Table -20-3 and 20-2, to reduce the 25-foot Class B landscape yard to 20 feet. That's basically to match it up with the setback that they're proposing, which would be a 5-foot reduction along Bramlett Road. Yeah, it would be they're proposing a small cafe type building, or I think it's a coffee use, 450 square foot building. They don't have much space to do a whole lot else with, so it'll be a drive-in with a few parking spaces and then a drive out. Without the variance, their building envelope would only be 1,500 square feet because of how large these landscape yards are and how large the setbacks are. This is a historical zoning map just showing that the parcels have been there. So they're, this size is not something that the applicant created. And we'll talk more about that after you get a chance to look over the variance, hardship, and the findings of fact. All 4 variances or standards have to be met, and I'll give you a chance to look over the findings of fact before I move on. It's based on the square footage of the business. So 450 square feet, I'll have to look it up. If you give me a minute, I can tell you what the minimum parking is. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'll look it up. So drive-through establishment, I guess is what this would fall under. It's a minimum of 1 space, and there is no maximum. And then restaurant and bar, it's 1 per 750. So with the 450 square foot building, it'll still be 1 space. So unnecessary hardship would result in a strict application of the ordinance. Hardship is a result of the strict application of the ordinance due to the size of the site. Site's 0.3 acres, measuring 90 feet wide by 146 feet deep. The 36-foot frontage setbacks and the 40-foot landscape yard reduced the buildable area to 29 feet by 52 feet, leaving only 1,500 square feet for a building and any associated vehicle maneuvering and parking area. With the variances, the buildable area would increase to 4,980 square feet of the 13,440 square feet of total lot size, which would be 37% of the site. Hardship does result from the conditions that are peculiar to the property. The site is located in an intersection with 2 street frontages, each with 36-foot front setbacks, and the site abuts into B zoning to the north and south, and all development in ML2 require at least a 40-foot wide landscape yard abutting any other zoning other than CR, ML1, ML2, I1, and I2 CD. The combination of the landscape yards and the setbacks are hardship for the 0.3 acre site. Property across Bramlett Road is recommended for a neighborhood 2 place type, but is zoned ML1 and developed with an industrial or manufacturing type use. Hardship does not result from actions that are taken by the applicant. The lots existed prior to the UDO and the legacy zoning ordinance and were not created by the applicant or property owner. The use is permitted in the ML2 zoning district. The setbacks and the landscape yard requirements are required for all development resulting in a small building envelope. The UDO does not contain exceptions for commercial uses developing in ML1 or ML zoning districts, and industrial uses would not be feasible on a 0.3 acre site. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance in that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. The site is located along Monroe Road in an area with non-residential uses. The applicant is proposing to provide a 25-foot Class B landscape yard abutting the N2B zoning, and a 25-foot landscape yard is equivalent for commercial uses in commercial zoning, which abut N2B zoning. And the applicant is proposing to reduce the 25-foot Class B landscape yard along Bramlett to 20 feet, a minor 5-foot reduction. The uses and zoning across the road are not residential. The proposed 20-foot setback along Bramlett Road and Monroe Road provide adequate space for required site improvements such as screening for the vehicular parking and maneuvering areas. There's a picture of the sign on the property, and that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions if you have any. I don't believe we have any speakers here in opposition.
Any other questions for John?
I think the county bought that building company. Continue record of what they were intending to do. You put up Polaris as that to the parcel, which usually means that the county is buying that kind of wetlands, because that whole area back there flooded. So
yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. The county acquired it in, let's see, looks like probably 2021. Yeah. My assumption, well, I can't say that because it would be hearsay. I have no idea what they plan on doing. Yeah. It's next to Chantilly Park. I can't say that.
we're zoned something. It was zoned mud or something like that.
So we did look at the option with them, the applicant, to rezone to something like CG, commercial zoning district, which would then have only the 25-foot landscape yard as opposed to the 40-foot landscape yard. The problem with that option was that doesn't fix their frontage setback issues. So the CG zoning district would still require 36-foot front setback. So in order to accommodate both issues, that's why they opted for the variance option.
Any other questions for John? Do I hear discussion or a motion to approve?
No, you have to close for deliberation.
Okay, close meeting for deliberations. Thank you.
So moved.
All right. Discussion? Okay, all right, Ms. Sun has a motion to approve. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis seconds. Mr. Williamson? Mr. Day? Ms. Sun? Mr. Davis? Dryden, yes. It is approved. All right. Now we need to have a motion to approve the finding of facts and conditions of law as written. Mr. Davis, thank you. Do I hear a second? Okay. All right, Mr. Williamson? Mr. Davis? Ms. Sun? Mr. Shea? And Dryden, yes. So it's approved as written. Very much.
I thought you were asking if I had any.
Oh, no, I was like, that was something.
Okay. 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 right, we have reached the end. This is due to the recommended agenda from the variance. Number 2024-000, property located at 0 Reliance Street.
We may need to take a brief recess because apparently we're short copies. So Kamisha's working on getting some copies made.
All right, we'll take a brief 5-minute recess while we locate paperwork. Thank you very much.
Good question. Who seconded the motion for the findings of fact and the conclusions of law in the list?
Mr. Shea.
Thank you.
That's right. You did a brief.
Of course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume. Again, we're here in case 2024-0040.
All right. We should be bringing down the findings of fact. This is variance 2024-00040 by Equity Trust Company, custodian represented by Daniel Fisher for property located at 0 Reliance Street, owned by Equity Trust Company, custodian. And I'm not going to read all the numbers there, but that's the property owner as it's listed in Polaris. Variance request is from Article 16.1B2, requiring the lot to abut a street be at least 2 acres in size and have an exclusive access easement to allow development on an existing non-conforming lot less than 2 acres with access via an existing public alley. They have 2 conditions on this request. That only a single-family home and associated accessory structures are permitted, and that they provide a CDOT approved driveway apron at North Hobson's Road and improve the alley and turn around with pavement or gravel. Yes, they should be. Let's see. Oh, I thought they were, but I'm not seeing them. Applicant has agreed to the conditions of approval number 24. And then we do have them listed under staff reports, the requested variance on the first page. They're listed there, but I guess it didn't make it into the actual numerical findings. We can, yeah, we'll address that when we get there. So here's a site. It's kind of located between Reliance Street, South Hoskins Road, and Rowan Street. And here's the parcel in question, currently zoned N1C. neighborhood 1 zoning district, abuts N1 additional N1C property that fronts on Reliance Street and some of South Hoskins Road, and then there's an apartment complex zoned into B to the south. And here's the parcel aerial with an aerial map and close-up aerial showing the property. It's wooded and vacant currently. This is a street view, and I realize it doesn't really show the property because what you're looking at is basically the area where the alley would extend, and we'll talk about the fences and such in a minute. And there's a bird's eye image of the property just showing the surrounding development. Again, it's isolated parcel behind all these apartments and the single family homes. 16.1 B2 requires that every lot abut a street, and if it doesn't, then it needs to be at least 2 acres in size and have an exclusive access easement to allow development on the existing non-conforming lot. The UDO says that the exclusive easement has to be 20 feet wide. In this case, though, the parcel is less than 2 acres, and they would have access via an existing 10-foot public alleyway. And here's their survey and concept plan, again showing the parcel and the existing alleyway. They would improve the existing alleyway, removing, and they've got it noted on here, but there's a lot of stuff within the alleyway that would need to be removed, and it would be the responsibility of the applicant to take care of that, the property owner. So there's a wood fence here, a gate, and another fence down here at South Hoskins Road. So if we go back to that street view image, oops, that's one of the fences, and this fence kind of goes down and wraps around. So there's a fence and gate further down this way somewhere that would need to be removed. And they have reached out to those adjacent property owners to let them know that they would be working with them to get those things out of the alleyway so that they would be able to access it. They are also showing the improvements to provide a turnaround at the end of their property. So we come down and there'd be a hammerhead coming around here for vehicles to maneuver if they come down this alleyway and get down here. So they're not having to maneuver within the driveway of the single family home. Again, that would be the responsibility of the applicant to make those improvements to that area. And then you can see there as well, basically kind of a rough sketch plot plan where they would theoretically be able to build a single family house and any accessory structures on the property. And the lot does meet the minimum ordinance requirements for size and setbacks and all that. So that's what they've shown on here meets the setback requirements for the zoning. This shows the recorded plat and the existing public alleyway. On that recorded plat, the alley extended all the way from Hoskins Road back down the backside of all the single family homes that were, or lots that were fronting Reliance Street, and then made a turn and then continued on further down to where it terminated at the large parcel on, can't remember what street that is, Bradford Drive. On Polaris, the current address is 0 Reliance Street. Now, when they go, if this was approved and they build a house there, they could work with addressing with the county to get the address changed to more accurately reflect the actual location of the property. But that would be something that they would do at that point.
I'm sorry, I was just curious. With an alley, but you're going to change. Okay.
The image to the right shows that these were existing parcels prior to the legacy ordinance in the UDO that was 2, and they were combined at some point into 1 that we have today. So it's a non-conforming lot to the fact that it doesn't have public street frontage. Here's the standards for variance. All 4 of these need to be met. I'll give you a minute to look through the findings of fact before we move on. So unnecessary hardship would result from strict application of the ordinance. Requirements would render the site unbuildable. There is a 10-foot wide public alley that would be improved to provide access to the proposed home, and it would not be possible to widen the alley to 20 feet without encroaching into the neighbor's property. If the variance were denied, construction of a single-family home on the lot would not be permitted and it would remain vacant. Hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property. The lot's been in existence in its current configuration prior to 1985. And the hardship does not result in actions taken by the applicant. Property owner acquired the property in April of 2024 and did not create the lot. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance, and that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. Granting the variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is developed with single-family homes and multifamily residential uses. The minimum lot size for N1C is 0.138 acres, and the lot is larger than the minimum required for the district. Granting the variance would allow a single-family home to be constructed consistent with the N1C zoning district. Granting the variance upholds public safety, and although an alley is only 10 foot wide, the applicant is providing a hammerhead type turnaround within the alley subject parcel. The alley would be improved with pavement or gravel per CDOT requirements to allow access for emergency vehicles. Article 19.6A1A3 for residential dwellings states all driveways shall be a minimum of 10 feet wide. The applicant has agreed to conditions of the approval, which are that only a single family home and associated accessory structures be permitted, and then and that a CDOT approved driveway apron would be provided at North Hodskins Road, and the alley improved and turnaround be improved with pavement or gravel. It is 0.264 acres.
No modification. All right, Mr. Shea, do I hear a second? Mr. Davis seconds. Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ms. Shea?
Shea, yes.
Mr. Shea, sorry. And Ms. Sun? Yes. Approved. All right, my question to the attorney, do we need it has the conditions listed before the finding of facts. Now, there is some reference to them in number 12 and part of number 22, but do we need to be more specific with those conditions in the finding of facts?
My suggestion would be to include them so that you're consistent with the way you've done your other findings.
So can we just do those, as instead of 24, do 24 and 25 as the two conditions of it? 26 would be the applicant has agreed to the condition.
Or you could just say on 24, add the word including, and then repeat what the two conditions are
The applicant has agreed to the conditions.
of approval, including.
Is it of approval or for approval?
We have of approval in here, but.
I mean, that's what I'm asking. Is that correct verbiage?
I think it would, either way could work, but my suggestion would be to just say the applicant has agreed to the following conditions and list the conditions out.
Okay, to the following. Colon, and then we'll put the two things, only single family home and associated accessory structures are permitted, and that provide a CDOT approved driveway apron and improve the alley and turnaround.
Correct. I think an additional suggestion.
Okay.
On number 11, the finding currently reads, the applicant has provided documentation showing their communication with these property owners. From my understanding of the evidence, you didn't receive evidence of that, of those communications And even if you would have those communications to be considered hearsay, my recommendation to the board would be to delete finding a letter and then just renumber accordingly. And that's something we can do once we get a copy of those and make that happen.
Okay. Thank you. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law as we have amended them? David, thank you. Do I hear a second? Thank you. All right. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sutton? Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Dragon, yes, so they are approved as amended. That concludes our appeals and variances for today. You need to look at the minutes very quickly and approve the minutes of the last meeting. From October. I hear a motion to approve. Ms. Sun makes a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? Shea, thank you. Mr. Williamson?
Williamson, yes.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Ms. Sun? Mr. Davis? Dragon, yes. Minutes are approved from the October meeting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other businesses?
I'm sorry? So we have a case that was originally going to be today, and it got continued. So we have that one. And then we have another one that we were working with that would have been on today's agenda, but they ended up needing to make some modifications to their plans. That one should be coming up in December as well. So we've got at least two. And we've had a lot of meetings with folks, so I don't know if we'll have any new applications. The deadline is November 22nd, so we won't know for another week. Or was that Friday? Yeah, so Friday we should know roughly how many total applications we'll have. I'm hoping it's a lighter agenda than we had today.
All right. So thank you very much. We are officially adjourned.
Thank you everyone for your patience.
Commissioner.
So, Commissioner, was I the only one that did not get mail? Yeah. Is that true?
Correct.
I'm the only one.
That's